welcome to Java JSON, and in this video we are going to talk about Java 8 features. And Java 8 features is very important. Okay, so nowadays so many companies are asking to do the whatever the codes we are doing do with the help of the Java 8 features, and they are recommending also. Okay, so people are moving to writing a code into the Java 8 features because it's a very efficient and very fast. So whatever the features are coming inside the Java 8 features, we can discuss one by one each and everything. Okay, so let's just start now, and we can discuss one by one whatever the features are available in the Java 8. So first features we have called Lambda Expressions. Okay, so I hope you know about it, but I think you don't know in the depth, so we can discuss each and everything. What is the Lambda expression, what is the use of it, what is the advantage, what is the disadvantage, each and everything. Okay, what is the functional interface? Okay, so this is the also coming into the Java 8 features. Method reference, stream API, so we can do the work with the map, filter, sorting, finding, collecting, and much more. Apart from this also I will discuss everything. Default methods, base 64, encode, decode, static method interface, optional classes, collections, utility classes, for each method, parallel array sorting, try and repeating annotations, IO enhancements, concurrency enhancements, and JDBC enhancements. Those are all features are coming inside the Java 8, and we are going to discuss each and everything one by one. So are you with me? So please don't forget to create a notes for that. If you forget, like sometimes interviewer will ask you, hey, do you know Java 8 features? So you have to tell, yes, I know Java 8 features, and you have to start talking about, okay, in Java 8 features we have come up with the Lambda expression, functional interface, method reference, stream API, default method, base 64. Then he understand, okay, you have a knowledge about the Java 8 features. Maybe he asks like, okay, can I ask some questions related to the Java 8 features? Then that time also you have to tell, yes, I know Java 8 features, you can ask me. So maybe he will take some of the example related to the Lambda expression or a stream API. So in the Java 8 features nowadays, the interviewer will asking the questions related to the functional interface, stream API, Lambda expression, and like method reference. Those are the main topics you can say into the Java 8 features, and we can discuss those topics in the very depth. Okay, so if you see here, this is the Lambda expression. So I'm going to start with the Lambda expression in the sequence only. So one by one we can discuss like what is the Lambda expression, functional interface, method reference, and then after stream API. Okay, and apart from this, whatever the features are coming inside the Java bit, those we can discuss also. Okay, so if you see the Lambda expression, so what is basically the Lambda expression? Okay, so Lambda expressions are the powerful features introduced in the Java 8 that is developed to write a more concise. So if some interviewer will ask you, hey, can you please tell me what is the advantage of the Lambda expressions, then you can say simply, this is the red color I have make it. So you can say Lambda expression is more concise and functional code. So those are the advantages, okay, for the developers. Okay, what is the next point? Lambda expression is essentially a short block of the code. Short block of the code means what? So like if you go with the traditional or whatever the existing previously we are doing before Java 8 features, those are nothing but we are implementing the whatever the interface methods we have, and also we are writing the all those lengthy code, like more block of the code, more lines of the codes we are writing, and we are particular features. But in Java 8 features, you can concise your code. You can like write a short block of the code. You don't want to write lots of the code. We can see each and everything, but as of now you have to understood those points. Okay, like it will give the feature score more concise, more functional code. Also it will give less writing a code, like short block of the code that can be proceed around the argument of the method and assigned to the variables. Lambda expressions are the particularly useful when working with the functional interface, which are interface that defines in the single abstract methods. What is the meaning of that? So Lambda expressions we can use only and only on functional interface. We can't use the Lambda expression apart from that. Okay, so this should be clear in your minds. We are using the Lambda expressions only and only on the functional interface. Apart from this we can't use this. So like clearly I have mentioned here, we are working with the functional interface, and the interface that defines only single interface. It will not contain multiple interface. If it is contain multiple interface, then we can say those interface are not a functional interface. Those interface are normal interface. Okay, functional interface means the interface which contain only one abstract methods. Clear? I hope it's clear. By using the lambda expressions to implement the abstract method of a functional interface, by using a lambda expressions to implement the abstract method. So what we are doing with the lambda expressions? We are implementing abstract method of the interface class with the help of the lambda expressions. Okay, and developer can write a more concise and expressive code. Concise means very short code. Okay, very short block of the code, that is called concise code and short code, you can say. So while using lambda expressions, we have to like don't think everything. We have to write just particular things which is required. Okay, and I hope you know about it. This is the parenthesis. Okay, let me open my ledger. So this is nothing but this is the parenthesis, you know, and this is the nothing but lambda expressions. This is nothing but lambda expressions, you can see. This is the arrow. This is arrow, but you have to tell lambda expression. This is the symbol of lambda expressions, and this is the curly braces. So as of now, whatever we have learned before Java 8 and whatever the topics we have as of now covered, in that, you know, parenthesis, we are using the methods. Okay, and this is for the body of the methods, but these things you don't know when we have used it. So this one we are using for the lambda expressions, and this is the symbol of lambda expression. And believe me, this is the three symbols is very important to learn the lambda expressions. If you don't know these three symbols and how this will work, then you can't understand lambda expressions. So you have to know about it, like what are those and how they are working. And this is the syntax, you can say also it's a lambda expressions. Okay, so this is called a lambda expressions. Okay, so if you go next, you can see here argument list. So this is nothing but, you can see, this is the argument list. So whatever the method having an argument, you can declare or define inside this parenthesis. So this is the argument list. It can be empty or non-empty as well as based on your methods which is defined in the functional interface. Arrow token. Arrow token means this one. This one is arrow token, you can say functional interface also. So arrow token, it is used to link argument list and body of the expressions. So whatever the argument the people will pass while calling the method, those you can take through that parenthesis, and those parentheses through the arrow token you can give to the body of your lambda expressions. Okay, with the help of this one. Okay, you can see this one. Okay, this is the things. Okay, now the body, it contains the expressions and the statement of the lambda expression. So this is the nothing but body. So this is called list of the argument, arrow token, and body of the our applications. Okay, understood? Body of our particular implementation of methods. Why use lambda expressions and what is the advantage? Why? If I'm using the some other things, I'm already overriding, I'm already implementing the functional interface abstract class in our implemented classes, why I need to choose the lambda expression? Okay, without a lambda expression also I am able to do each and everything, right? Yes. Without lambda expressions I am able to do each and everything. I am able to implement the parent class like whatever the abstract methods they have, I am able to implement it. Okay, and I am able to call those methods, and I am able to do each and everything. Why I need lambda expressions? Okay, so the answer is nothing but to provide the implementation of functional interface. Okay, so if you go with the old one, like whatever we are using previously, so if you go with that one, you have to write a more code. That is the one things, and lambda expressions will write a code in the very concise way and very short line of the code. In the single line of the code you can implement a particular methods. But if you go with the like traditional way or whatever we are using previously, those we have to create a class, we have to implement the interface, and then after we have to provide the body of the methods. So that is lots of the code we are writing. But while going with the lambda expressions, it's a very easy to write a code. It's a very easy and very short, and you don't have to write lots of lines of the codes. You can write 1 or 2 lines of the codes and your problem will resolve. Okay, so that is the benefits, first line. And less coding, you already know. So less coding means lambda expression. If someone told you, hey, what is the less coding? Means lambda expression. What is the lambda expression? Less coding, concise code. So that is the things you have to tell in front of the interviewer. Okay, whenever he asks like what is the benefit of using the lambda expressions. Okay, so you can tell like he given the more concise of the code and less coding. That is the benefit of the lambda expressions. Good. And we can only apply the lambda expressions on the functional interface. You have to remember it. So many people are getting confusions. They are using the functional interface. They are not using the functional interface. They are creating some other interface and they are doing the work on that. But we can discuss what is the functional interface and what is the behavior of that. Okay, each and everything. Okay, but upcoming video. This is the something called lambda expression, you can see. So I have created one list of numbers I have stored with the array list, and here if you see numbers having a one for each methods. Okay, so number is nothing but it's something like a list, and list having a one method called for each, which is abstract methods, and through that we are reading all those value and we are printing it. Okay, so this symbol is nothing but lambda expressions. If you use the loop, you have to write almost 2 or 3 lines of the code. Okay, if you go with the loop, you have to write one loop, open bracket, closing bracket. We have to read the data from the array list and we have to print it. This is almost 3 lines of the code you have to write while using a printing a data of the array list. But here you can write only 1 line of the code. That is the power of lambda expression. Also you can see here some of the string value we have, and we have to do the sort. So while sorting, we have to implement lots of the logic in the coming with the traditional way, whatever we are doing before Java 8 features. So those we have to write a lots of the line of the code, then only you can sort the out collection. But here you can see simple 1 line of the codes we are able to sort. That is the power of lambda expressions. So I hope guys you understood and you have a juice on that, like what is the lambda expressions, and you are maybe the curious about to learn its lambda expressions. So let's go forward and let's understand what is the rules and what is the guidelines to implement the lambda expressions. But I'm thinking before going to the understand the lambda expressions rules and each and everything, first we have to do some of the demo so that you can understood in the better way. Okay, so let's start our STS and let me see like what is the previously we are doing and what we are doing nowadays with the help of the Java 8 features. So let me create one project. Go to the file, new file, project, and here you can select Java project. Okay, and give the project. So I'm going to give the name called Java 8 features. Okay, and next, and let me do the finish also. Open perspective, fine. Okay, so you can see here Java 8 features project is created. We can get SRC. In SRC we have a one unuseless file. So let me delete first because I don't want to keep useless file inside my project. Let me create one class. So class is nothing but I can take lambda expression. So let me first give the package name. So I will give com.lambda and give the class name called lambda test. So our class is created. Here you can see carefully. So here is the classes. Let me create one functional interface. So functional interface means we have a one class, but interface will create it with the interface, not with the class. So let me write interface, and what is the interface name? So let me give the name called message. Message is one of the class, and oh my god, what I'm doing. So this is the message class, you can see, message interface, you can see. So basically this is one of the interface I have created as of now, and if I create only one method, which is abstract method inside the interface, then we can consider this method is a functional interface. And also we have a one more way to define the functional interface, like we have a one annotations called functional interface. So if you mark the interface with the functional interface annotations, it will follow the rule of those functional interface. And also you can write your method like void and msg, message. Let me write message. And this is, we have defined the methods. We don't want to define it, we have to create the abstract method. So in the interface, if you not declare the method as abstract, by default it will become, okay, abstract method. Let me format it. Okay, so this is the one functional interface you can say. Okay, if you remove it also, it will be functional interface only, because this interface having only one method, which is abstract method. Let me write abstract methods. Okay, if you write also no problem, but if you don't write also, compiler will put here. Okay, so this is the methods I have created. Okay, now what previously, before Java 8 features, what we are doing. So if you have a one of the functional interface and we have to like this is the abstract class, so interface, so we can't create an object for that, and we can't call this method. So first we have to provide the implementations of this interface. So what we can do, we have to create one more child class of this message. Okay, so you can write chat message or WhatsApp message, anything. Okay, and this is the class, and this class will implement what, our message interface. What it will implement, our message interface, and this class having a responsibility to implement those abstract method. So it will provide body like that, and inside this body we can write s out, we can write out hello Java is awesome. Okay, we have printed. Now this is the implementations of this particular interface. How many lines of the codes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lines of the codes I have written to implement this Lambda expressions or functional interface. For providing a implementation of this method, I have written how many lines of the code? This much line of the code. Understood? Understood. But if you write this code in the Java 8 features, you can write in the single line of the code. How much line of the code? Single line of the code. That is the power. So while implementing the child class or providing the implementations for that of the parent class of the interface, that is not look good, and that is lots of the lengthy also. So what peoples are doing is they are directly providing the implementation of this abstract method, providing an implementation of this abstract methods, okay, in our classes where we have to execute it. Okay, and we don't want to write a lots of the code also. Okay, but before going to the implement the Java 8 features with the Lambda expressions, I want to call these methods and I have to execute it. Okay, so what I can do is I will go to the Lambda test, and inside the Lambda test I have to create an object of this child class, because I can't create an object of interface. So I have to create object of the child class, and I will store those object into the message, because message is a parent. So let me write message, okay, and message equal to new chat message. Okay, this is the class. So I have created the object of that, and then through the message I can easily call through the message. Message is nothing but this message. I don't know what is this, but it's not like a key. So let me write message dot, let me write msg, and here also I will write msg. Okay, so before writing these things we have to create a main methods. That things we have forget. So let me create a main method. Don't write code blindly into the class, that will not work. So we have created the message, message, and we have created the object of this chat message, and we have stored in the parent class, and then after we can call the message with message methods. And once you call this method, let me format it. Once you call this method, what will happen? This method will execute. right? This method it will execute and this will print hello Java is awesome, right? Let me run so that you can see the output. Okay, so if you see here, hello Java is awesome, this is the output we got. But I don't want hello Java is awesome. What I'm doing is, whatever the people will pass here while calling this method, so I have to take, so MSG, and here I will write MSG, and also same thing we have to declare here also, which is a string MSG. Okay, and while calling this method we have to pass here Java is awesome. Okay, let me open the hello, let me run it so that you can see Java is awesome. So like that we are doing previously, but now onwards in Java 8 features we don't want to write this class. Basically this class you can remove it directly. And how we can implement Java 8 features with that? So we can do it like, let me write Java 8 features now. So before Lambda expression and after Lambda expressions. After Lambda expressions. So what basically we are doing is, now we don't want, while doing a work with the Lambda expressions, we don't want a implementation class. Directly we can implement this interface. How? So first copy this one, okay, and we know what is the interface name and we know what is the abstract methods we have. Okay, so here what we can do is we can create a interface object like MSG, okay, and like we can create a message also, but already we have declared, so we have to write message to, okay, and after that you can put this line of the code, because we are not writing the implementations, we are just providing a body of those methods. So what we can do is, we don't want access modifier, first things, message. So message, if you know, like message is a interface, and this is the functional interface. So functional interface having a only one method, so automatically Lambda expressions will know what is the message name. So we don't want to give the message name also. Okay, a string MSG, it's required, yeah, it's required, okay, and a string message name is required, and here we have to give the Lambda expressions. Once you give here Lambda expressions, and here you have to give the semicolons, so it will become like Lambda expressions we have implemented it also. Okay, and then after we can call these methods. This method only we can call it. Okay, this method only we are going to call it. So now I am writing message 2, not message 1, dot what, message, and I will call this message while passing a data called hi I am Prince. I am Prince. So what will happen, this message will call using this functional interface, and this data will pass here. So I am a Prince Kumar, this will go here and it will store inside the message, and while proceeding a Lambda expressions, it will send to the body and it will print it. Okay, let me run once, then you can see. Okay, here Java is awesome, hi I am Prince Kumar. For your differentiate, I will write here some customized message. Okay, like implementation Java class. Okay, so that you can understood, like we are not calling this method. Okay, while using the Lambda expression, we don't require to implement the method, because directly we have implemented here with the help of the Lambda expressions. Let me run once again. Okay, and go to the console. You can see IMPL Java classes, Java is awesome. Okay, hi, I am Prince Kumar, I have passed, so this will execute it. Okay, understood? Now one more things here. If you give the message name as a functional, this is the functional interface, and this functional interface having only one method, so through that this lambda expression is saying, if you already given the functional interface name, through that only we can identify what is the method name, what is the return type, and what is the method parameter also. So you don't want to give the parameter also, so we can remove parameter also. It's saying like, okay, if you are writing a single line of the code, but let me run first, let me run so that you can see the output. Okay, same output. If lambda expression is saying, hey, if you already given the function interface name, and I know this function interface having only one abstract methods, so you don't want to give the parameter type, return type, and whatever the access modifier. And also, if you have only one line of the code, you don't want to give open bracket and closing bracket. You can remove those also. That is also not required for me, and you can make it into a single line of the code with the help of lambda expressions. And now also you can run it and you can see same output. Okay, so what we are doing is, now we don't want this implementation with the help of the lambda expressions, so let me remove it. I don't want it. I have a functional interface, and I know this functional interface having only one method, and we can do the work on that. I don't want to call like that, creating an object and then after we can call it, so I can remove this one also. Okay, and this is the only code. And now you can assume, like what is the power of lambda expressions. See how many lines of the codes I have written to implement this functional interface. I have not created any extra classes, I have not created any extra methods, I have not implemented the method directly. Okay, I have written all those things in one line of the code. Only we have to while using the lambda expressions, only we have to give what is the parameter they are taking, which is a string, and what are the value they have to do the operations. That's it. Everything will take care by the lambda expressions, and you can write your code into the one line of the code. I hope guys you understood, and now we can understand each and every rule of the lambda expressions. Okay, so as of now, that's it in this video. Thank you so much guys. To Java.json, and as of now we have already understand what is the lambda expression and how we are implementing the functional interface with the help of the lambda expressions. Okay, so directly we don't want to create one more classes, and we don't want to provide an implementation for that methods. We can directly implement with the help of the lambda expressions here. Okay, if you see this code, you can understood, okay, this is the implementation of this particular interface, and which is functional interface. Okay, and this is the method called message, and this message method we have implemented here. Okay, so what is the rules and what is the guidelines and what are the data types? We have to think about it, and based on that only we have to develop and we have to implement our lambda expression. That is also very important to understand for us. Okay, so basically what will happen is like we have like message is a one of the interface, and we are providing, like we are not giving the whatever the abstract having a methods, those method names here. We no need to give the method names, and directly we are providing the what are the arguments we have, what are the parameters we have to pass. You can pass here, and then we can print it. Okay, what are the lines of the codes you want to write inside this, you can write here. Okay, as of now we understand those things, but still we don't know what is the rules, what is the guidelines, and how we can do it. So in this video I'm going to discuss about what is the rules, what we can do, what we can't give, what is the things we have to take care each and everything. Okay, so let me discuss about those things also. Okay, so if I open here rules of the lambda expressions, and believe me, it's a very important rules. If you know these rules, then only you are able to implement the lambda expressions. Okay, rule number 1, parameters are not mandatory. It can be 0 or greater than 0. Okay, it should be 0 or greater than 0. parameters should not be, okay, should not be, parameters are not mandatory, that is the one thing, and it can be 0 or greater than. So if you implement the lambda expressions, maybe the functional interface does not having any parameters or parameter, that is possible, and we can easily implement it. We can remove it also, and we can give the parameter also separated with comma. Okay, this is the first rule. If you talk about the second rules, if no parameters are available, you must use an empty parenthesis. You can use the empty parenthesis if it is not any parameters. This is the condition you have to put. Parenthesis, this is the lambda expression, and this is the curly braces open and close. Inside this you can write how many lines of the codes you want to implement for those particular method, you can write. Okay, this is the rule number second. Rule number third is, if you have multiple parameters, use a comma to separate it with them. So you have a, for example, in the function interface method, having a multiple parameters, then you can separate with the comma. Int a, int b, system.out.println, you can write your statement here. Okay, so like that you can give the multiple parameters also implementations. For example, here having a one parameters, you can give multiple parameters, it's also no issue. Okay. Rule number fourth, curly braces are optional if the body contains only one statement. Okay, so curly braces means whatever the curly braces we have given here, if you see, okay, let me open my ledgers. Okay, whatever the curly braces you are able to see here, those curly braces are not required if a statement of what is the line of the code we are going to write inside the body, it should be one. Okay, correct. If the body contains more than one statement, curly braces are necessary. It means if you have a multiple line of the codes, then you have to write inside the curly braces only. Okay, like that. And end of that you have to write the semicolon of the curly braces. That is mandatory things you have to understand. Okay. Next, the type of the parameters are optionals. There is no need of declarations, or there is no need of declare manually, because the compiler can anticipate based on the context. Okay, if it is one parameters, you don't want to write one or two parameters, you don't want to write a data types of these parameters. The type of the parameters are the optional, so you don't want to write here int. You can write also, but it's optional, you don't want to write also. Okay, there is no need to declare manually, because the compiler can anticipate based on the context. Okay, understood? So whenever you see like int a or some place you can see directly a also, that is fine, no issue in that. Okay, so this should be clear. If I enter it, you can get the some other rules. Okay, so if only one parameters is available, parenthesis is not mandatory. Okay, if it is one parameters only, one parameters, then you can remove the parenthesis, this also not required. If it is multiple, then you have to give definitely. If it is not also, you have to give the parenthesis. If it is one, you don't want to give. I hope you understood. Functional interface can be assigned a Java lambda expression. Functional interface. So functional interface can be assigned a Java lambda expression. So whatever the functional interface we have, that should be assigned in the lambda expression. So for example, summation interface we have, and we have two parameters we have passed, and we have written the value, like that you can implement it. And this is the lambda expression. Some of the questions if you do, then you can understood, okay, what is the exactly lambda expression and how it will work. So this is basically rules we have discussed. Okay, and this rule is very important. Okay, believe me, if you don't know these rules, you may be confused and you not understood what is the exactly rules are saying. Okay, start with some of the basic and try to implement with some example and understand what is the lambda expression and how we are providing the implementation of functional interface in the lambda expressions. Okay, without parameter, without return type, without parameters, returns with the type. So without parameters, without return types, we have to create one method and we have to provide the implementation for that. Without parameter, without return type. Okay, let me go to the Eclipse. Okay, and here you can see this is the one message I have method. The return type is what it means, without return type, and I don't want to pass this string also. Okay, so this is the abstract method and I have to provide the implementations of this particular abstract method with the help of the lambda expression. So what I can do is I can given the message, which is the interface name, message to reference variable I will given, and after equal to I have to remove this message because I don't want message, I don't want to pass the argument, and then after whatever the lines of the codes I want to write, I can write here, okay, and I can print. So I don't have a message, so we have to write our own code. Java is yes, okay. For example, I have written it, and in that times I don't want to pass any parameter also, I can directly call this method like that, okay. So this is the way to implement the without parameters, without return type of method implementation with the help of the lambda expressions. I hope guys you understood, okay. Let me off this one, let me open it. So you can see the output is Java JSON, you are able to see, okay. If you have a multiple line of the code, maybe you don't want to implement like that, you have to write a multiple line of the code, you want to print something else. So what you can do, you can provide the curly brackets, and after the curly brackets what you can do is, after the curly braces, this is the curly braces for the this one, and here you have to give the semicolon, okay. And inside this you can write whatever you want, whatever the implementation. Let me write one for loop and iterate over the indexes, and it will go up to 10, and I will print here something else out. So many people are the confused, like when we have to give the curly braces, when we don't want to give. So don't get confused here, it's a very simple, okay. And let me write here I value, and I will print those value also. So if you see the output here, you can see, okay, Java JSON and 0, 1, 2 up to 10 it's printed, okay. So this is the output, okay. Why this is the output? Because this is the functional interface, and this functional interface we have implemented with the help of lambda expressions. This is nothing but lambda expressions only. Why we have given the without only parenthesis? Because there is no parameter is required, and we don't want to give the method name also here, okay. And we have given the lambda expressions, you can give here a space also, and this lambda expression open, and this is the close. Don't forget to give the semicolons, and inside this whatever the code you have a requirement, you can write and you can implement your method directly. Understood guys? Understood. Okay, let me take another examples. Without parameters with return type. So in that case, without parameters with return type, so we don't want to take any parameter for the first interface, but we have to return some value. So let me return some value like a string, okay. And here what I'm doing is, here if it is parameter you have to pass. So for example ms or maybe you can write data, okay. So this is the data variables we have passed, and curly braces open and close, but make sure you have to return the value also. So here you can write a return type which is Java JSON. We have to return only any string value, so Java is JSON, okay. This is the returns type you can give, and this is the data lambda expression signature does not match with the signature of the function interface method message, okay. So this is the data I have given. Oh my god, without parameters, so I don't want to pass any parameters here, okay. We just have to return the value, and once we have provided the implementations of this method, which is the functional interface, it will return some value which is Java JSON, and once it is returned, we can store this value. We are calling here method msg, so we can store those value, and then after those value we can print easily msg. So you can see the implementation, like how exactly it will work. So first it will print Java JSON, then it will iterate the loop, and after the loop it's again printing the Java JSON because of this calling of the methods. Okay guys, you understood what is the implementation of the lambda expressions? Okay, one more things based on the rules only I will give you, okay. If you see here, the rule what is saying is, if it is so many rules are there, but if you see here, if no parameters are available, you must use the empty parenthesis, okay. So because of that only I have given here empty parenthesis, because there is no parameters are available for this message methods. Got it guys? Okay, let me go next. Okay, this is also implemented. We have single parameter without return type. Single parameters without return type. So for example, we have to pass one single parameters but without return type. We have already know, but let me implement it. So we don't want a return type. So I will write here void, and here I will write something like message, okay, or data. We can write anything, and we have to pass the parameters. So we can write here data or message also, okay. And we don't want to put the return type because we don't want to return anything. Okay, if you don't want to return here also, remove this line of the code also. Just we have to call, but while calling the methods we have to pass hello dear, and whatever the message we have passed, we have to add first msg, okay, and those messages will be added. So we are passing the message from here. So this will call this particular method which we have implemented here with the help of the lambda expression. It will call and it will execute. It will print hello dear, Java is awesome. Let me give the column also. And then after it will print the loop, whatever the data we have. Right? You got it? Okay. Let me run so that you can see the output and you can understood. So this is the output, guys. Hello dear, Java is awesome, and 1 to 10. 0 to 10 it will print it. Okay, let me write here 1. Okay, and if you again run it, you can see the output 1 to 10. 1 to 10. Hello dear, Java is awesome. Okay guys, so this is the third task we have done, and this is the fourth one, multiple parameters with return type. So if you want to pass multiple parameters without return type or with return type, it's a with return type. So for example, we have a one function interface called calculator. Okay, let me write it. So I will write one interface calculators. Calculator, let me give the capitals because class name is always start with the capital letter. Calculator. Inside this calculator, I am going to create one add method. For example, abstract, or otherwise you can write here return type is nothing but int, and add addition, and we have to pass two parameters. So int a comma int b we can pass, and by default the method is abstract only, so we don't want to put abstract keyword here. Okay, understood? And this is the calculator method. I want to provide the implementation for that. Let me remove this one. Okay, and I have to provide the implementation for these abstract methods, this abstract method. So previously what we are doing, we are creating one more class, and because we can't create an object of the interface, so we are creating a class. Okay, let me remove all those things. Okay, so in the previous way, like before Java 1.8 features, what we are doing is we are creating a one class, okay, which is maybe calculator IMPL, right? And we are implementing the interface which is calculators, okay, and we are providing a body of like whatever the unimplemented method we have of those body. Okay, and here what we are doing is basically we are adding two value which is nothing but a plus b. Okay, so let me add it like a plus b. A plus b we can add it, and we can return those data also. This is the implementation we are providing in the before lambda expressions. Okay, like that we are writing a code for implementing the lambda expressions, right guys? But if you know the lambda expressions, you don't want to write that much line of the code. Okay, you don't want to write that much line of the code. What you have to do, it's a simple. What you have to do is basically in the main methods, first we have to take the message, like what is the interface name, we have to store the object into the interface only. So what is the things is calculator. So I will write here calculator cal, and now I will think, okay, this is the method which is the function interface, and I want to provide the body for that. So what I can do is basically I will write here code like, okay, this is the one, this is taking the two parameters. So let me write one parameters and we can pass the value. So we can give int a comma int b, but in lambda expression and then after you can give the lambda expressions, and you can open your curly braces and you can close it, and you have to give the semicolon only here. Okay, and also you have to give the return type, so you can write here return. Okay, and a plus b, you can add it and you can return it. Okay, so this is the basically implementations. But if you talk about the lambda expression, no need to provide this int also. We just have to give the parameters. It's automatically understand, okay, this is the calculator interface, and this calculator interface having a one method which is taking the 2 argument, and this 2 argument is nothing but int type. So based on this type only, it will understand and it will take this data. And this is the lambda expression. This is the open curly braces, close curly braces, and return a plus b. Implementation is done. But right now, if you go with that one, you have to write a lots of lines of the code. Okay, and then after, while calling this method of addition, you have to create the object of calculator IMPL first. Okay, so what we are doing is we are creating a calculator IMPL object new calculator IMPL. Okay, and then we are calling those methods. Okay, so s out, and in the s out only, you can call those methods like IMPL dot addition, and after addition you can pass here 10 or 20 value, okay, or 90 value, and you can get the output. Okay, so this is the way we are doing previously. But if you go to the lambda expressions, these implementations, then you don't want to write lots of the code. What you can do easily, you can call this method with cal. So cal dot additions, and you can pass here 20 and 30, and you can give the semicolon also. But I want to put this one into the s out. Okay, and here you can pass it. So this is the very simple way to implement the calculator method. Let me run so that you can understood in the better way. So once I run this code, you can see the output. First output is nothing but 50, and second output is nothing but 100. Why 50? Because 20 plus 30 is what? 50, and 10 plus 90 is nothing but 100. Okay, so this is the previous way. It's not a lambda expression implementation, so let me remove it. I don't want to worry about it because we already know about it. Okay, let me go with the lambda expressions only, so I don't want to call like that. Simply I can write a method for that. Okay, and now you can see this is how simple of the lambda expressions, and we can easily implement it. Okay, simple, create a calculator interface, reference variables, and specify the method parameter, write a lambda expression, open curly braces, close curly braces also. And also one more thing, if it is one line of the code only, you don't want to give these curly braces, you can remove it easily. Okay, and here you can write. Also you don't want to write the return also. If it is one line of the code, it's automatically return. And now you can see how it is simple. Okay, how it is simple, and if you go and see, it's the same output. Okay, and not one times, you can call this method multiple times also. Okay, whatever the times you have to want, you can pass the methods and you can see the output. No issue in that. Okay, so that is the power of the lambda expressions. Within one line of the code, we have provided the implementations of this functional interface abstract method within the one line of the code. That is the power of the functional interface. Okay, so I hope guys you understood what is the functional interface and how we are providing a implementations of the functional interface. If you have any questions, please let me know so that I will definitely try to implement it. Okay, let me go and understand some predefined functional interface classes, methods. Okay, so let me create one more class. Okay, class name is called test runnable interface. Okay, test runnable interface. So as of you know about like what is the runnable interface. Okay, if you go and see the runnable interface, Control Shift T. So this is the runnable interface. Okay, and it's available in the thread package. Okay, java.lang package, but it's a part of the threads. Okay, and this is nothing but it's a functional interface classes or interface you can say, and this having a only one what run method, which is public abstract method. So only one having a abstract method. I want to provide the implementations of this runnable interface abstract methods. Okay, so let me provide this function interface implementation. So what I can do is I can write here simply, I know like this runnable interface, I know like this method is not taking any parameters and it's not returning any parameters. So what I can do it, so simply what can I do is I can write here runnable, okay, runnable r equal to, what is the parameter? Nothing. So what I can do is I can write nothing, simple, only I will give the parenthesis, and after that I have to give the lambda expressions. This is the lambda expression symbols, and open curly braces and close we have to provide here. Okay, so this is the implementations we have provided, but we have not written any line of the code here. Let me write s out, okay, run method. Okay, if you want to print something like some of the values, so let me give the 5. Okay, and inside this whatever the lines of the codes you want to write, you can write it very easily. Okay, because we have provided the 3 or 4 lines of the code, so because of that I have given this curly braces which is open and close. Okay, so this is the implementations we have seen, like what is the runnable implementations. If you want to test it, or if you want to do the work with that, what we can do, we can create one main methods and we can test easily. So let me create the main methods. Okay, and inside the main methods we can paste this code, and then after, like we have provided the implementations here, right? And here what we can do is we can create a thread class object, thread th equal to new thread. Okay, so we can create a easily thread class of the object, and here what we can do is we can pass the runnable implementations. So you can pass here r also. Okay, and then after th dot start method you can call and you can see the output. Okay, so let me run once. So if you see, it's printed run methods 0 to 4. If I not pass the r here, because this is the method reference, okay, and it's the implementations of the runnables, and if you not pass here, it will by default thread class run method will call. Okay, so maybe you are not able to see any output, but if you pass the reference which is runnables here, okay, then it will understood, okay, I don't want to work on the default, I have to work on this particular thread. Okay, and this is the implementations of the thread class. If you have to do your own implementations of the thread without using the lambda expressions, you have to create one class, you have to implement the runnables, then after you have to provide the run methods like implementation, then only you can use it. But you can see now how much it's easy to implement the runnable interface using the lambda expression. Okay, so that is the power of the lambda expressions we can see. Let me put this code outside, okay, inside the class. Okay, let me format it. But if you see here, we are getting one error because r is not a static. So let me make it a static. Okay, now it's become a static. So whenever you are writing an implementation in the class level, it's make sure it will be a static, then only you can access inside the static methods. In the main method we can say, so like that also you can write, but we are providing an implementation generally inside the method only when it is required. Understood, guys? I hope you understood. So like that I can give lots of the example, but I will give you some of the assignment, like you can try to work with something called college. So for example, you have to create one college class, and this is the college is nothing but it's a interface, and in that interface having a multiple implemented college for something CIST, okay, RGPB, okay, and ASIST. So like that having a lots of the college, and all college have to implement one exam methods, and this college having exam method. If you implement this, and you have to provide the implementation for that. Okay, so this is questions for you guys, so please try yourself, and that is very, very important. So in this video we have understood like how to implement runnable interface, how exactly the lambda expressions will work, and we have understand what is the rules and guidelines for the lambda expressions. Okay, if you understood the rules of the lambda expressions, then you can easily understand each and everything of the lambda expression. It's a very simple. Okay, thank you so much. Hello guys, welcome to Java JSM, and in this video we are going to talk about functional interface. And functional interfaces is very important also. It's one of the Java 8 features. Okay, so let's understand what is the function interface. So function interface means the interface having only one abstract method. Apart from this, we don't have any other abstract method, that is called a function interface. Also, you can add one more point, like the function which is annotated with the @function interface, that is also called a function interface. Okay, let me start, and I will try to explain you so that you can understand in the better way. So if you see the first point, function interface are the feature introduced in the Java 8 that allow developers to use lambda expressions and method reference to write a more concise and expressive code. A functional interface is an interface that defines exactly one abstract method. You can focus here. Exactly one abstract method. Let me open my ledger. Exactly one abstract method you can see here. Okay, that is called a functional method. Function interface can be annotated with the function interface, okay, annotation, to ensure that the interface contains only one abstract methods. You can see the example here, like this is the function interface, because this my function is one of the interface, and inside this interface having only one abstract method which is apply. And you know already, like we have not given any key as a abstract here, but still in the interface automatically compiler will put public abstract. Got it? Okay, so this is the things you have to know. What is the function? How we can provide the implementations of this function interface with the help of lambda expressions, also method reference, that is also possible. So you have to provide the implementations of the function interface with the help of the lambda expression or method reference. Okay, so let's start and understand how we are providing it. But before going to do anything, let's understand what are the predefined method or classes are available in Java, which is function interface. So you can see here, a Java function interface is an interface that contains exactly one abstract method is known as a function interface. This is the one point. So I have given lots of the point, but you have to remember any one or two, that is good enough. It can have any numbers of the default static methods, but can contains only one abstract method. So inside the function interface, you can put multiple default and static method, that is possible, but you can't give any abstract like more than one abstract method. It will take only one abstract method, that is called function interface. We can consider it. It can also declare the method of the object class, that is also possible. It can also declare the method of the object class. Sometimes what will happen is interviewer will ask you, hey, can we define like object class methods inside this also, or we can give the body or not, like that also they will ask the questions. So I will give the clear cut knowledge here. Let me go to the STS and then we can do the operation. Before going to the STS, you have to understand this is the runnable interface, comparator interface, comparable interface, and you can create your own function interface also. These are the predefined functional interface. Okay, let me open the STS and then I will show you where is the functional interface. So Control Shift T. Okay, and here I will search runnable. So runnable is one of the classes which we are using the thread, but runnable is nothing but it's a functional interface. Okay, it's make as a function interface. You can see now. So that is nothing but Java 8 features only, you can say. Okay, it's available in 1.0 onwards, but this is a functional interface. We have annotated this class as a function interface. That means this runnable is nothing but it's a functional interface. If you go down and you can see the body of this class, okay, if you go down and if you see the body of this class is having only one abstract method, which is run method. And what is the method type? Abstract void. Got it? Yeah, got it. So this is the things you have to understood, guys, basically. Okay, so this is the one of the abstract class and abstract methods having inside the function interface, and we have seen these are the predefined function interface. If you open comparator or comparable, let me open it. So how can I open? Control Shift T, you have to remember it. Control Shift T you have to press, and then after you can search in the STS or Eclipse both comparator. So comparable or comparator, you can open any one. Let me open comparable. So if you see here, comparable having only one abstract methods. Okay, public int compared to. Okay, so inside this having only one abstract method, that is called a functional interface. We can consider it. Okay, let me open the comparator. Control Shift T, comparator. So if you open the comparator, you can see comparator is marked as a functional interface annotation, so that this particular interface, which is function interface, it will not contain more than one abstract method. You can see here, this is called a function interface because having only one abstract method. And here you can see we have one points like you can override the object class. You can declare the object class method also inside the function interface. That is possible. So equal is a object class method. Here you can see comparator, but comparator reverse method. But reverse is what? Default. So I told you like in the function interface, default method multiple possible, no issue. You can give the default or a static method also. If you go down, this is also default method. This is also default. default, a static method. So you can define multiple numbers of the static methods or default methods. You can see here it can also declare the method of the object class, and here you can see it can have any numbers of the default and a static method, but can have contains only one abstract method. Understood, guys? Yeah. And we have seen also what is the runnable interface, what is the comparator interface, comparable. We have already discussed into the collections while sorting an object. Runnable interface I have discussed in the multi-thread, and we have implemented it also in the previous class. Also I have implemented runnable interface with the help of the Lambda expression, and now I am going to create our own functional interface. Okay, so let me go to the Eclipse. Okay, and here you can see this is my Eclipse. Let me close all those classes. Let me create one more class with package. Okay, so here I will give functional interface, fi I will give, and here I will give my functional interface. So this is my own function interface. So if you see here, the one thing is whenever you create the interface, you have to make an interface. It should not be a class. And if you want to make it a function interface, it should be annotated with the functional interface in Java 8 onwards. Okay, this is the annotations. It will came, I think, Java 1.8 only. If you open it, you can see this particular annotation, which is functional interface annotations, will came since 1.8 version. Understood? So if you mark any function interface as a function interface, then it will behave like that. The behavior of this interface will be changed, and it's saying clearly, if you make it as a function interface, it's clearly saying invalid function interface annotation. My function interface is not a function interface. Why? Because you have to give one abstract method. So I will give one void and data, something like that. Okay, now it will consider as a functional interface because we have given one abstract data type. One more things I have to clear. By default, if you not give anything, so you just given void data, so automatically compiler will put here public abstract, because in the interface all the data, all the whatever the method you created, which is by default public abstract, so you don't want to give as a public abstract. Okay, whatever the interface we have created. Okay, so that is the thing. So if you have only one abstract method, that is good enough. and this is the functional interface. Exactly. So whenever interviewer told you, hey, can you create one functional interface, simply you can go to our ID and you can create one interface, and you can annotate those interface with the functional interface, and we can create one abstract method that is called a functional interface. You can remove this also, no issue. Okay, this should be automatically put by the compiler. So that is called a function interface. Okay, in function interface, if I give multiple abstract method, that is possible. Let me try. Control Shift arrow down, and let me give something called MSG. Okay, but if I given the two abstract method, what is the problem? It's saying like invalid function interface. But if you give only functional interface, that will fine. But right now this interface is not a function interface. But right now this interface is not a functional interface. Got it? Right now this interface is not a function interface. Why? Because in this particular interface having a multiple abstract method, so we can't consider this interface as a function interface. Got it? So that is the things you have to understood. Now you have to remove this, then only it will become function interface. That is the one thing. Okay, one more things. If I override object class methods, for example, if I open object class, so object class having so many methods, like object methods, like native methods, if you go hash code methods. Let me take this one only. Okay, and I will copy this method and I will put inside my class. Illegal modifiers, public. Let me remove illegal modifier, public. Okay, let me take equals method, control O, equals. So this is the equals methods. And I will just try to put here what is the compiler is throwing the error or not. It's not throwing the error. If you see, it's not throwing the error. Why? Because object is a object class of all those classes or interfaces. So object is a parent of all the interface and classes. Okay, by default. So what will happen is we are able to give this method here, and this method is abstract also, you can consider. Okay, public abstract. If you give abstract also, that is fine, because this is method from the public class. And if you give any other method, it will not accept and it will throw the error. Got it? So I can write here object class method will allow in functional interface. Functional interface. Okay, this should be allowed. That is fine. Okay, any number of the default and the static method also you can give. Okay, for example, default. So default int m1. Okay, default int m1, add a return time. Okay, I don't want to give int, then default void m1. So any numbers of the default methods you can write inside the function interface. That is possible. Interviewer will ask you like that questions, and they will try to make you mistake. Okay, but you have to be careful and you have to understand each and everything, like what is the exactly function interface. Okay, what we can give inside this function interface, what we can't give inside the function interface. Okay, so we can give the default method also, we can give the default method also, multiple default methods. We can give the static method also. Let me give public statics void data, or we can say something else like add any methods, and any numbers of the you can give. Any numbers of the static method you can give inside the function interface. That is not the issue, but methods should be different, not the same. Okay guys, understood? in the function interface what we can give, what we can't give, what is possible to give, what which is not possible to give. So I hope you understood, and how we can create our own function interface we understood. Okay, let me go and do something next. So if you see here, this is the example of the function interface. The interface is bonus calculator. I have cal bonus, I have created, and this is the default method, this is the static method. Okay, so this is the method you can implement easily, and whatever the method you are able to see here, whatever the method you are able to see here, okay, which is predicate, consumer, function, supplier, those are also method. Apart from this, lots of the method will come inside the Java 1.8. okay, so these are the some basic of the example I have given, and those are very popular, very useful, like predicate, consumer, function, supplier, and we are using so many multiple times in the Lambda expressions or function interface. So in the function interface only, predicate, consumer, function, supplier, the method will came, this classes interface will came inside the 1.8, and we are using, and this interface having a lots of the method which is default or abstract method also we can implement it and we can use it. Okay, so that is the power of must of function interface. So here if you see here, we have written like must use functional interface. So let's take example of the predicate. What is the predicate? Test conditions. Okay, so if you want to test the condition, you can take the help of the predicate. Take consumer something, so you have to take the help of the consumer. Take something, return something, you can take the help of the function. Supply and return something, you can take the help of the supplier. So like that, so many function interface will come inside the Java 1.8. If you see the documentations, okay, if you see the documentation, can I show you documentations one more times? Okay, let me open the predicate. So if you go here, let me move this here. Okay, fine. So let me close these classes, otherwise what we can do is, yes, let me close. So these classes will close, and let me open the predicate. Control Shift T always I have to do, I am doing mistake always. Predicate. So if you see in the Java 1.8, he given a lots of the function interface, almost I think 20 or 25 interface they are given, and which is available in the package called java.util.function. So if you go inside this function, you can see all the classes which is available inside this package. So let's take the example of the predicate. So predicate is nothing but it's a functional interface. Okay, evaluate the predicate on the given argument, and this having a one method called test. Okay, and this function interface having a default method also, having some default method also, having some static method also, having some static method also. So like that, so many methods they given to do our operations very easily. Okay, so that is the power of the function interface. One by one you understood like what exactly we are doing with the function interface, but anyway, let me try and implement our function interface. Okay, like how we can use this predicate, function, supplier, consumer. Okay, so predefined whatever the function interface we have, we are going to provide a implementation for that. Okay, so let me start with that. Okay, so if you see in Java 1.8, they are coming with the some of the function interface like predicate, consumer, function, supplier. So how we can use it and how we can do the operations on that, each and everything we can discuss in this video. So if you see this is the function interface which is nothing but predicate. Okay, so predicate is nothing but it's a one of the function interface you can see. Okay, here in the first one, predicate is what? It's a function interface. It's came in the Java 1.8. Okay, right now I am going to create my own classes and I will try to implement the function interface. Okay, so let me create one class. Okay, so how we can basically do it? So what we can do is we can create one class called my predicate impl. Okay, and in this class, okay, we can implement it basically. Okay, so that is also fine. And impl test, let me write it test. Okay, and here I will give my predicate only, and inside this class I will provide a implementations of the predicate function interface. Okay, so predicate is nothing but it's a interface. Okay, if you see here, it's a interface, but I have created one class which is my implemented class, and I will extend, no, I have to implement it. Okay, implement predicate. Okay, predicate, it will take some of the type of the value, so I will give the string. Okay, and I will open the curly braces and close it. Inside this predicate having one abstract method, you can see here, so we have to provide the implementations of this method. So once you go to here, you can see here add unimplemented method, so you can click on that, so it will implement it here, right? Understood? Let me write some of the code here, and let me provide the implementation of those abstract function interface which is available in the predicate functions. Okay, and here this is the string t I have written. Let me write here whatever the t we have sent. Okay, and apart from Java is a sum. Okay, I will give here colon also, that is also good, and finally I will return the false or true. That is something we can do it. Otherwise we can test something like whatever the value they are passed, it is equal to Java is a sum or not. If it is equal, then we can return true or false, anything. But as of now, just I have done something, and I will provide the implementation for that, so that you can understood the use of the implementations basically. Okay, so this is the implementations we have provided in the like traditional way. We can say traditional means before Java 1.8 onwards, we are providing implementations of the function interface like that only. Okay, and what you have to do is you have to create the object for that. Okay, how we can create object? We have to create the object of the class which is my predicate. Okay, oh my god. So first I have to create the main methods, and after main methods I will create an object of the my predicate. Okay, interface, not my predicate interface, my predicate IMPL. Okay, and my predicate equal to new my predicate IMPL. I have created object, and now through the my predicate I will call the test method. Okay, and here I will pass something, hello dear, something. Okay, so this is the things, and this is the way we can write a code and we can call this particular method. So this is the before Java 1.8 we are doing the implementations of this particular predicate function implementations. Let me run it so that you can see the output and you can understand. Let me open it. You can see hello dear, Java is awesome. So what will happen? We have created one class. Through that created class we have implemented this predicate, and after that we have written this method. Okay, like that we have implemented it. Okay, so this is the Java 1.8 before we are doing like that. But now we have to talk about how we can implement this particular predicate function interface method test with the help of the Lambda expressions, right? Yes, right. So in that case I don't want to write this class. In that case I don't want to write this class basically. Okay, before going to the remove this class, before going to remove this class, let me remove first these things, and let me write a Lambda expressions for this predicate function. So what I can do is here I will create an object of predicate. It will take some string value maybe, and here I will write pre. Okay, and this test method is taking one parameters which is a string, so I will give here parenthesis, and which is nothing but a string. So it's my choice, I can give a string s also, otherwise I can give directly s. This is the parameters. Okay, and now I will give the Lambda expressions, and then curly braces open and close, and I will give here one semicolons. Okay, so this is the basically the Lambda expressions you can see, and we have to write a return statement also. Okay, so before writing a return statement, let me copy this line of the code, only it's required, and I will paste here. That's it. Here we have a t, but here we have a s parenthesis, so we have to replace this s. Okay, like that we can provide the implementation of the predict method which is test. We don't want to provide the method name, anything, so we have to just pass the parameter and write a body. Okay, if I want to call this method, simply I will write pre dot test. Here I will send something like my name is, I don't know my name is, but I have just read it, and like that you can call the method. This is the power of Java 1.8. okay, and we have provided the implementations. Now we just have to write this line of the code. We don't want to write that much line of the code in the Java 1.8. so let me remove this code because it's an unwanted code. I don't want those code. Easily we can provide the implementations of this particular test method, which is available in the predicate, because predicate is functional interface. So we can provide the implementation of this predicate classes method with the help of Lambda expressions. So this is nothing but Lambda expressions, guys. I hope you understood. Okay, so this is the predicate, this is the implementations of the predicate. In the same thing, if I want to implement some other interface, maybe consumer, I have to implement the consumer. Let's go to the STS and I have to implement the consumer. So what I will do, first I will check what is the consumer class. Okay, CONSUM here, consumer function interface. Consumer is a function interface. In the interface having a one void accept method. Okay, and after that having some default method. I will go to the my class and simply I will provide the implementations of this. How? I will write consumer function interface. Here it will take any type of the value, so I will give a string or integer value, anything. Also only type, and con consumers equal to we have already seen what is the methods. So method is nothing but we have one method called accept, and it's taking only one parameters. There is no return type, so only one parameter. So for that we have to write something called MSG, some message they are taking, and then after we have to provide the Lambda expressions and open close. Okay, they don't want also return type, because here we can see it's expecting the return type, which is test method, but here we don't want to provide a return type also, and whatever the message we have sent, it will display here. So I will write MSG plus good job. Okay, and this is the implementation of consumer interface. You can see I have done within how many lines? 3 lines. But I can remove this one also. If you know the rule of the Lambda expressions, you can easily remove this line of the code. Okay, and you can make this implementation within 1 line. This is the power of Lambda expression and functional interface. Okay, so whenever you see the function interface, we can implement those interface within 1 line of the code. Okay, and you can call it's a easily methods like con.accept. Okay, and here you can pass Java is a sum. Okay, you can call this method, okay, which is accept method, and this is the implementations for that. So it will call this method and it will work. Okay, so I hope you understood. Let me show you the output. So you can see this is the first output, which is implementations of the predicate, and this is the second output, which is implementations of the consumer. I hope guys you understood how to implement the consumer. But same thing, if you do, it will take lots of line of the code, and you have to create one extra classes. Then we have to implement the consumer, we have to provide the body of the abstract method, then only you can create an object and then you can call it. So that is the something long process we have to do, but in Java way 1.8 you can do in the single line of the code with the help of the Lambda expressions, guys. Okay, let me create one more class. Otherwise I can implement here only all those function interface. So let me go and check the function. So now we have a one more class is called function. Let me open the function. So function is one of the function interface. You can see here in this function interface we have to pass R is apply return type and T is a one parameter. So it will take one parameter and one is return type. Okay, so what I will do is I want to provide the implementation of the function interface. So my function, so simply I will create one object. Okay, I will create one class. So control N. Okay, And otherwise, let me do here only in the predicate only. Here I will provide the implementations of the function. So you can write function, okay, and it will take two parameters. One is a string we have to pass, and second one is nothing but return type. So return type I will take int, okay. So it will not consider as a primitive data type. It always work with the object data type. And here I will write fun equal to, I have to provide the body of those method. So what is the method? If you go to the functions, you can see, okay, apply method is taking only one parameters. So what we can do is we can go to this class and we can give one parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis it will take some string type of the data. So I will give yes, and after that lambda expression is required. Open, close the lambda expression. Okay, it's having a return type also. So once we have to print this data, okay, and what are the data we have passed, and then after we can return what are the string s dot length. Okay, so this is nothing but this is the implementation of function interface, which is function, and function is a function interface. It's taking two parameter. One is what we can say, one is a argument and one is a return type. Okay, and based on that we have returned the value also, and we have take the parameter also, and this is the implementation. This is how much you can see the simple. Okay, let me call this method. So I can call like function dot and apply. Okay, and here I will pass Java is some, okay, Java is some, but I will call this method because this method will return something. So because of that I will put those method inside this one println. So what will happen? First it will call this method, it will go here, it will call, because of this is the function interface. So function interface reference dot apply method having inside the function, it will call, it will pass this parameter will go and store here inside the s. Then after we are printing this value which is Java is sum, and then after we are finding the length of this Java is sum and we are returning it. So once it is returned, the whatever the length of this value, it will replace here, and again it will print it. So this is the implementations of the function or functional interface. Got it, guys? Okay, I hope you understood. Let me run so that you can see the code output. So if you see here, Java is sum we have passed, and also the length of this is nothing but 15. So this is the functional interface implementations which is provided in the Java 1.8. Let me talk about the supplier. So supplier is nothing but it's one of the function interface. Control Shift T, supplier. So supplier is also function interface. In this function interface having a one method called get. It will not take any parameter, but it will return some data. Okay, so let me provide the implementations for that also. So what is the function name? Supplier SUPP. Okay, let me stop it. SUPPLI supplier, and it will return some data. So while returning some data, I will take a string, and here I will write supplier, okay, reference of the interface, and then after this will not take any arguments. So I have to provide with the help of the lambda expression open close. Okay, this is the lambda expression implementations, and inside this method I have to return something. So what I have to return is, so return Java is sum. Java is sum. Okay, and please guys, don't forget to remember the whatever the rules I have written for the lambda expression. If you remember those rules, then only you are able to provide the implementations of any functions. Okay, let me write s out, and let me call this method with the help of supplier dot get. Okay, and whatever the value it will return, we can store inside this. Okay, let me run this so you can see the output here. Java is sum. So we have implemented the supplier also. Okay, and how it is working basically, so we have called this method supplier, and we have already provided the implementation of this method with the help of the lambda expressions. Okay, one more things, if you want to return only one line of the codes, then we don't have to provide this one also we don't want to provide the return type. Okay, you can directly write like that if it is one line of return. Okay, so this is how much easy it will become. Okay, within one line we have implemented supplier. Okay guys, so those things you have to keep in your minds. Like I have implemented here, you can see predicate function. I have implemented here consumer. I have implemented here function. You can see here I have implemented the supplier also, and I have called it. Okay, so this is the some popular interface class which is available in Java 1.8 features, and we have seen how we can provide the implementation with the help of Lambda expressions, guys. Okay, I hope you understood. Let me close all those classes. Okay, now I want to provide the implementations of the runnable interface. Okay, so let me open Control-Shift-T runnable interface. If you see, runnable is one of the function interface. Inside this having a one abstract method which is run. For that also we can write a implementations with the help of the Lambda expressions. How we can write it? So simply you can create one class, okay, and write runnable test, and inside this runnable test we have to create one main methods, and directly we have to provide the implementation. So what we can do is we can write here runnable run equal to it will not take any parameters and it will return any not return any value. So I will just give the empty parentheses and I will give the one Lambda expressions and open curly braces, close curly braces, and let me give the color. So this is the implementations of the Lambda expressions of runnable interface, runnable function interface. And here I can write any for loop, okay, and I will print some data based on that. So let me go up to 10, okay, and here we can write s out and we can print I value. Let me format it so that you can understood. So this is the basically we have provided the implementations of the runnable interface. If you want to call it, okay, so you have to create one thread, okay, thread t equal to new thread, okay, and while creating a thread you can in the thread constructors you can pass your runnables which is nothing but run, okay, and then after to the t you can start. So start internally it will call the run method, and you already given the reference of this implementations, so it will call those method and it will print all those value. You can see here, okay, 1 to 9. So this is the runnable interface implementations. If you go with the before 1.8 without Lambda expressions, then you have to write a lots of the code. You have to create a class, you have to implement the runnables, then you have to write a code. But Java 1.8 is providing the flexibility to write very concise code very easily. You can provide the implementation of the function interface, not every interface, but function interface you can provide very easily. Okay, that is the power. Okay, let me take one more example, okay, and we can close this function interface. Okay, so let me create one more class. Okay, so I'm going to create one class called, for example, shape, and shape is nothing but it's a function interface I will define. Okay, so shape is nothing but it's a function interface, so I will give the name called interface. Okay guys, and no, I will give this is called class only, okay, and shape test I will give the name, okay, and I will rename it, and inside this only I will create one main method. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create our own functional interface. The name of my interface is shape. Okay, shape. Like if you can see so many places they are giving the like this type of the things. Okay, so let me give the name called a shape, and let me write a method called void draw. Okay, and in draw methods I will pass something called just draw, or we can pass something called string, okay, data, and this is the function interface you can see. Okay, if I mark here at the function interface, then also it will not give any problem. So it will this is the metadata annotations, so it will check like what are the conditions for the function interface. It is flowing or not. If it is not follow, then it will give the exception. So because of that, we are marking as a function interface of the particular shape, so it will become a function interface. Let me create a let me provide some class implementations of the interface. So shape, you can say like a circle or rectangle. So let me create a rectangle. And this is the class, and this will implement the shape interface. Okay, shape interface, and we have to provide the implementations for that. Unimplemented methods, so it should have to provide the implementations. Okay, so s out. Okay, and here you can write draw rectangle. Okay, this is the method implementations we have provided for the shape function interface. And now I will try to call this method, which is draw, inside the shape test classes. So what I can do is I have to create an object of the rectangle. Okay, and then after rectangle, it's taking some time. Okay, but let me put this one only. Okay, rectangle object will be created, and through r dot draw method I will call, and hello rectangle, I will pass from here, and data I will concatenate. Okay, so this is the implementations we have provided of our own interface. Okay, but it's lots of the line of the code I have written to provide the implementations of my shape class. Okay, you can see the output, that is correct only, but we have written extra line of the classes. I don't want it. Okay, so let me remove. I don't want to provide the implementations like that. I have to do this with the help of Java 8 features. So what can I do? I can create one shape reference. Shape s equal to, what is the method? Draw method having a one parameters. So give the parameters, maybe data. Okay, anything. And after that you have to provide the lambda expression, curly braces open close, right? And here you have to give the semicolon, don't forget it. Okay, and now here you can just print whatever they are asking. So here you can print data plus draw rectangle, simple. Okay, and within 2 or 3 lines we can make it 1 lines also, this code. Okay, within 1 line we have provided the implementations of the lambda expressions, which is my shape interface. And now I can call it also. How can I call? S dot draw methods, and I will pass hello rectangle. Okay, and like that I can do it. Okay, let me run this code so that you can understood how it is working. So hello rectangle, draw rectangles, you can see the output. So this is the only implementations with the help of the lambda expressions. So what basically we have done, we have concised the code, we have reduced the number of the line of the code. We have, like, developer don't want to put lots of the effort, just we have to remember the rules and regulations, how to implement the function interface with the help of the lambda expressions. That's it. I hope guys you understood. I have given lots of the example. You have to do the practice so that you can understood in the better way. Okay, thank you. And in this video we are going to talk about method reference. And as we know, method reference is nothing but it's a replacement of the what? Lambda expression. So whenever we are writing a lambda expression which is arrow marks, we have to remove those marks and we have to apply the method reference is nothing but this double colon. So this double colon is nothing but method reference. Okay, so we can see like how we can use the method reference in the particular method, particular constructor, and particular static method, non-static methods, how we can use the static reference with the help of the object, each and everything in this video. So let us continue this video and watch until end. Okay, So in this method reference, so method reference are the features introduced in the Java 8. So it's also part of the Java 8, and Java 8, you know, it's a very important. It's provide a shorthand syntax for invoking the method or constructor. So whenever interviewer or somebody asks you, hey, do you have an idea about what is the method reference and how he help us, okay, and what is the purpose of this method reference basically? So you can tell only one thing is, okay, so method reference is a replacement of the Lambda expressions, and we are writing a shorthand syntax for that. Okay, this is the benefits we have. Okay, next, they allow developer to pass a method or constructor reference as a functional interface. That is also a good point. Okay, they allow developer to pass a method or constructor reference as a functional interface argument instead of providing a Lambda expression. And one thing you have to remember, guys, double colon symbol is nothing but method reference symbol. You can see here, so many people are getting confused. They are saying like, okay, I don't know what is the symbol, what is the use of this symbol. So this is nothing but this is the replacement of Lambda expression, okay, which is nothing but method reference. That's it. Okay, let's go to the next slide. There are 4 types of the method reference in the Java. It means that we can apply 4 place our method reference. Let's see what is the 4 place. So method reference we can apply to the static method. Method reference we can apply to the instance method for a object, and reference to a instance method for the particular object, reference method to the constructor. So while calling it those 4 type of the methods or constructor, we can use the what? Method reference. So in that place only we are using the what? Lambda expression. And what is the Lambda expression? Lambda expression is nothing but it's providing an implementation of the functional interface. So basically anyhow we are going to do work with the functional interface. It means that, okay, so this is the things we have to know about it, and this is the 4 way we can use the method reference, and it's a very important. Okay, so this is the things you can see what is the method reference versus Java Lambda expressions. So here if you see, method reference and Lambda expression both are part of the Java 8 features, that is clear. But method reference, if you see here, while calling s.toString, we are using for the method reference a string double colon to a string. While calling s Lambda expression s.to lowercase, we can use a string double colon to lowercase. While calling s hyphen s dot length, we can call a string double colon length. While comparing a two string, you can see here, while comparing a two strings, we can use it Lambda expression. Here you can use compare to. Here you can use compare to object. Here you can use compare to. So this is basically things you have to understand, and I will teach you one by one each and everything use. Okay, what is the method reference, how we are using, how we are providing implementations for that. Okay, let's go to the next. So if you see here, reference to a static method, the method reference refer to a static method. So for example, this is the first point. While calling a static method or referring a static method, how we can write a code basically. So if you see here, we are calling this particular static method with the help of the class name, double colon is nothing but method reference, and method name. Okay, for example, you can see here ArrayList.addList, apple, banana, orange, we can apply with the stream, and in the stream we can apply the map, and through the map we can write like a string double colon to uppercase. Okay, so this is the use of functional interface, or you can say like method reference. Okay, and through the for each also we can print each and every element which is available inside the array list. Okay, so this is the basically syntax, and in this syntax you can see two places we have used the method reference. Okay, I hope guys you understood, but we have to do with the code, and we have to understand what is basically the reference to a static method and how it will work. Okay, so let me give you some example. Okay, so while giving example, first I have to clear what is the function interface, what is the lambda expression, and then after you have to understood what is the method reference and how method reference will help us. Okay, so let me quickly create one package or class, you can say. Okay, and inside this class I will write method reference test. So this is my test class, and I have not given the correct package, so I will change here no issue. Okay, it will take some time. I will write here method reference okay, and I will change the package name, move to the method reference. Okay, so automatically it will create one package here, you can see. Okay, and our classes is also moved inside this. Okay, method reference. Okay, I hope guys you understood what is the classes we have created as of now, and I am going to give you some example what is the method reference exactly, because so many people are getting confused what is the method reference and how it will work. Okay, so those things I have to clear first. Okay, so let me write one main method here. Okay, and while writing a main methods, I will create one array list. So first I want list, and through the list I will create one array list, and in this list I will store some integer value. Okay, so let me give integers, and here I will write list equal to list of, we have a list, so list is a one of the interface, this interface having a of method. So through the of method we can assign directly element inside the list. Okay, this is the one with 40 50, let it give up to 50 only. Okay, 50 only. Okay, so this is the value having in the array list. Now I want to write a lambda expressions, for example, if you know for each loop. Okay, so if I write here list dot for each loop. Okay, so if you see here clearly dot for each loop, you can see here it's taking argument as a consumer, and consumer is what? It's a one of the class, it's a functional interface. So it will take the help, for each method will take the help of the functional interface which is consumer, and consumer having a method. Okay, so what we can do, let me open this basically let me open this method so that you can see like what is the method and how it will work. Okay, if you see here it's taking the consumer, so whatever the object you pass it will accept, it will store here, and once it is stored it will apply the required not null actions, then after it will apply the for loop method, and one by one it will take the data and it will accept it, and it will call this method and it will print. Okay, action dot accept. Basically if you open this accept method, it's available inside the consumer class. Okay, and consumer is nothing but it's a function, and it's a nothing but it's a functional interface, and which is introduced inside the Java 1.8. Okay, so also for each also we can say it's introduced in the Java 1.8 only. You can see here it's a default void for each method, and it's available from since 1.8. so this is also a part of the what, Java 1.8. so let's come back, and here, so if it is a functional interface we can write like that. Okay, we can provide a body e hyphen lambda expression and system dot out dot println. Okay, sys out we can write, and here we can pass our e value. Okay, once you pass, you can see here we have not used anything, we have just used the lambda expressions here. Okay, if I run this code, you can see what is the output: 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Whatever the value having, it's printed. How it's printed? Do you have an idea about it? No. As of now, I think you don't have an idea about it. Okay, so basically this is the list, right? This list having a multiple numbers, which is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And we are using the for each loop. For each loop will taking the parameter as a functional interface. So whatever the object you have written this is capable to store consumer. Okay, because consumer is taking one parameter. Okay, and this is nothing but it's a one parameter, and we are passing this parameter to the consumer. Okay, and those parameter consumer will take, and those consumer having a one method called action. Okay, accept, and those accept method will call internally and it will do the work for us. So like that this for each method will implement it, guys. Okay, up now the problem is this is the for each method. Okay, fine, but here I don't want to use the lambda expressions, I want to use the method reference. What I have to do, we can remove the parameters, we can remove this one parameter also, and we can directly write here system dot out, after that double color, and it will work. Why it will work? How it will work? Do you have idea about it? No, because method reference will say, okay, this is the class name, this is the object, and through that object we are calling this method, and this method is nothing but, this is basically a method. If you open this method, you can see this is a void method, non-static method, and this method will take one parameter automatically. So automatically it will pass this data and it will accept by the consumer. Okay, because consumer internally working for that for its methods. Okay, and it will take this data and it will print it. So through that also you are able to print your all those data using this what functional interface or method reference, you can say. Okay, so if I print it, you can say, okay, all those values are printed. So that is the power of method reference. I hope you not understood clearly each and everything, but just I have introduced you. Okay, this is the function interface, and this is the lambda expression, and this is the method reference. Okay, so if you see this class, so any class which is annotated with the function interface and having a only one abstract method, that is called a function interface, right? And we understood what is the lambda expression. So previously I have written here e hyphen arrow bracket arrow, and then after we have written a method. So that is called a lambda expression, and this is called a functional interface. Okay, let's take some other example. Okay, let's take some other example, and what I'm going to do is, let me remove this line of the code. Okay, and here I'm going to write, let me remove unimported. Here I am going to create one function interface. Okay, my function, I have created. Inside this okay, basically this is the interface, so I have to give the interface keyword, and I have to annotate this interface as a functional interface. This is the one things. Okay, and inside this we have to create one void. Okay, and void we can write a one method called get method basically, and this will also not take any parameter. So this is the one of the function interface we have created. Now I want to provide a implementations of that function interface. We have already know, but I'm not going to create a one more class and I will provide a function interface for that. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one here, one static methods, publics statics void get, or anything method you can write which is data, and this method, inside this I'm going to write one s out. Okay, s out, and here I will write Java is s out. And always keep in your mind, we are going to implement a static functional interface, a reference to the static method. So we are going to provide a reference, this functional interface reference for this static method. So what is this? This is the static method, which is public static void main, and we are going to provide a through the functional method reference. Okay, and we can call this method. So if I want to call this method, I have it one way, which is creating an object of method reference test, t equal to new method reference test. Okay, and simply I will call t dot what, data. So this is the one way to call it. Okay, also I can call directly also. Okay, directly I can call data because it's a static method. Okay, so I can call like that also. So this is the first way I can call a static method inside the same class. If I am calling from the another class, I have to create object and then I have to call it. Otherwise I can call with the class name also. That is also possible. Okay, fine. Let me run this. Okay, so once I run, you can see the output Java is awesome, Java is awesome. It's a calling the 2 times. That is fine. Now I don't want to call it. Okay, I don't want to call it basically. Okay, then what I have to do? If I don't want to call it, what I have to do for that? Okay, so basically what I am going to do is I am going to make as a functional interface. Okay, so my function is what? It's a one of the function. Okay, let me write here. Okay, my function, and my equal to, what is the class name? So class name is method reference test. Okay, and then after I am going to write double colons. Okay, and then I will write here what? Data. Okay, data. How is it working? It's working as of now. And then I will call my dot data methods. Okay, my dot data methods. So I will call here my dot data methods. Okay, and this saying like, okay, create a cast to the my. Okay, so basically my function is not a reference to that. Okay, basically it's not providing a reference, but I'm trying to call with that one. Okay, and this is the method reference test, which is providing what? Data, right? So this is what we are writing is here is we are writing a method reference basically. Okay, so while writing a method reference and providing a like data, so basically this is the method name, which is data. So if I call here my dot get method, okay, my dot get method, and if I run it, what do you expect? What is the output? Java is awesome. How is it possible to give a Java is awesome? because I have called the get method but it's printing this method. Why? That is nothing but functional interface. But I'm not going to confuse you guys. I will explain you each and everything, but as of now it's fine. Okay, and what basically it's happen is, this is the function interface, and this function interface, we know like what is the method reference. So we have make those function interface as a method reference, and through that we have write a shorthand code for the creating a object and referencing those particular object in that. Okay, and like that we have done it. Okay, if I don't want to write a method reference, so this is called method reference to a static method. For example, I want to write a lambda expression, lambda expressions, and I have to provide the implementations of this particular method. Okay, what I have to do, I have to write here my function. Okay, and function equal to, I have to write here, okay, what is the method name? So method is get. It will not pass any parameter, so I will not pass any parameter. I have to write a lambda expression, so I will write a lambda expressions, open and close. So this is basically a body we have to provide it, right? And inside the body we can write a s out, and inside this out I will write okay fine. Okay, and after that we can write fun method. We can call the fun method fun dot what, get. So once I call this fun dot get, what will happen? Okay, because we have provided the implementation and then we have called fun dot get, so it will print this line of the code. Okay, because of the function interface implementations. Okay, if you see here what it's printing, okay fine, because of that function interface, and then after we have used the method reference. Okay, I want to convert this particular lambda expression into the what, method reference. So we can do it, no issue in that. It's a very easy to do it, but let it be, and we can discuss in the depth. But I hope as of now you understood what is the method reference. Only you have to remember these things, double colon. Okay, I will teach you each and everything. Thank you so much. One is reference to the instance method of an object. The method reference refer to a instance method of an object. For example, we have a object reference and instance method name. Okay, and we have to call this method. So for example, we have a list. Here if you see, we have a array list, and inside the array list we have used the stream, and after stream we have a one map method. So what is a string? A string is a one of the class, and through the class we are calling this length methods basically. And here we are using the for each loop, and we are calling here with the help of the object reference println method. So this is the example of reference to a instance method of object. You can see here. Okay, let's do the practical, so then after we can understand reference to a instance method of the particular object. Okay, but let's go with the reference of the instance method of the object. Okay, so if I show you, let's go to the Eclipse, and we have already discussed, okay, this is the method reference, okay, which is a static method reference. So we have created one function interface, and those function interface we have created one static method also, and this static method, for that we have created one method reference with the help of the method reference symbols, and we have called the get method, and automatically while calling a get method it's calling this a static method. So how basically it's working is, let me remove the lambda implementations. I hope you already know. Okay, and this is the static method reference. Okay, and if I run you can see like, okay, this is the output and how it's calling it. Okay, Java is awesome. Why it's calling this method? Because we have given the method reference. So this is the function interface, which is my function, and this is the method reference. Method reference means this is the class name, okay, and this is the method name, which is data we have given. So this class method name reference we have given here inside the my. So my is internally call this particular get method, and internally it will call this data object. So this is the power of the method reference. Let me create one more class, okay, and let's give the name called instance method reference. Instance method reference. So if I say like, okay, instance method reference, it means that I'm saying basically, okay, for example, I have to create an instance. So before we have to create an instance, we have to create one main methods. Okay, inside the main methods, for example, I have a one particular function called my functions. Okay, so this is the function which is predefined. Okay, so if I write here function, okay, function is available in Java 1.8 onwards only, and this function having a one method called let me open it. Okay, so having a method called inside this apply, and apply will take one value and it will return also one value. That time you can take the help of this function classes. Okay, but right now I don't require it as of now. Okay, I don't require it. Let me create one interface. Okay, interface my function, okay, data, and this is my function, and inside this I will create one simple method which is void get data, and then after I will make this as a function interface. So I will annotate it at the function interface, and then after inside this class I have to create a object. Okay, I have to create an object of this particular methods. So for example, in this class having a one method called public. Okay, let me change my system language. Okay, so previously we have seen the static method, but now we have to talk about non-static method. So public void my method, my methods, and this is the one methods, and inside these methods I will print I am good instance method or reference. Okay, and I want to call this method. So previously in this case we have created one function interface, and make sure whatever the return type and whatever the parameters it's take the method. Same thing you have to write here also, void or get data. If you make something different it will not work. Same thing I have written here also, void, and there is no data parameters, void nothing parameters data, but only difference is this is the static methods, okay, and this is a non-static methods. Okay, it's a instance methods. Okay, now what I have to do is I want to create an object of the instance method reference. What I have to do for that? So simply I can write here instance method reference. Okay, ref equal to new instance method reference. Okay, if I write like that, let me write like that. if I write like that, it will work? It will not working right now. So anyhow we have to write a new object and we have to create an object for that. And after creating an object, we have a one function interface which is supporting this function internally. Okay, so for that I will create my function reference, my function reference data. Okay, and I will give the name called something like data, and then after I will write rf object of reference, and then after I will give double colons, and I will call here my methods. Okay, so this is the method instance method reference basically I have given here. And then after what we can do is we can call data dot our get data methods. And once I call this get data method, because of this making the reference of this object, it's automatically call this method, my method. Okay, let me run this. Okay, so if you see what is the output, I am good. Instance methods are a reference. Okay, same thing if you are taking any data here, anything. If you are taking any data here, you have to take the data. For example, I want to take string s. Okay, and you have to return anything like good. Otherwise, as of now, don't return anything. So get data. So here also, in this also you have to give here a string and something d or data, then only it will work. So whatever the reference we have, same thing data having this implemented classes also, which means non-static method also, then only it will work. And once we pass here data, okay, then this data we can concatenate here, which is plus d. Okay, and if I run this, you can see the output. Okay, so this is the way. For example, I have to do the additions. So I will create one more function interface. Okay, and I will give the name called additions interface, additional functional interface, open close, and I have to add the value to value, and I have to return also. So I will write int add, this is the method reference, and here it will take two value, int a comma int b. Okay, I can write here, right? And same thing I have to write here also. Okay, which is publics and int and addition method, ADDITION, addition methods. And here you can write something called int a comma int b, and from that you have to return a plus b additions. So for that also you can write a function interface, but only things is you have to change this data. Okay, so copy this and paste it again, and here you have to write, instead of the function interface, you have to take this interface help. Okay, so based on the interface only you can choose and you can give the function reference here. And this should be addition, so add you can write, and this is the object reference, and here you have to change the method, which is addition. Okay, and then after here we have to call add dot addition, add methods, and here if you pass 10 or 20, and let me print directly. So I can write s out, okay, and I will print directly those data here. So if I run this code, you can see what is the output. So basically output is 30. How? So how it's given is like we have a one method and we have to make this as a functional interface. Okay, so first we have one function interface, then we can do it. Okay, for example, you don't have a function interface and you don't want to create your own function interface. Then what we can do? And you have to implement these methods. You have to call these methods, okay, with the function interface only. In that case, you don't want to take any tensions, and simply what you can do is you can take the help of the inbuilt function. Inbuilt function means predefined function. So we have a predefined function called consumer, producer, functions, predicate. So lots of the functions are already available. So for example, if I want to do for the additions, so for additions it will take 3 parameters. So if it is take 3 parameters, I have to take by function. So we have a one method, we have a one function called by function. Let me show you. By function, here you have to send what is the parameters you are going to pass. So we are going to pass integer, so you have to write integer. Okay, here you have to pass also integer because we are going to pass integer parameters. And what is the return type? So return type is also nothing but integer. So we can take 3 integers. If you check out this by function having a one method. Okay, it's a predefined function interface. It's taking the 3 types of the 3 data. Okay, so first 2 are the, if you see here, it's a return type and having a apply methods, and it will take 2 parameters only. So if you have a requirement of the 2 parameters, you can go and you can implement this method, these classes or interface, and you can utilize it. For example, I want to write a function interface for this method, which is instance method. What I can do is basically, so this is the addition and this will take 1 parameters, 2 parameters, and after that we have to return the value also. So if I go with the some other function which is predicate, consumer, or function, that will not work. Okay, only work which is taking the 3 parameters. 2 is parameters with of the method, and 1 is what? Return type. So here I will write bi, and then after I have to write here rf, which is functional interface, instance of the method. So rf and double colon, and I have to write here addition. It will take, yes, definitely it will store. And if you see, we don't want to create any additional function interface, we don't want to create it. You can use the predefined functions only, and we can store this data. And once it is stored, so we have just seen bi having a one method called apply. So we can call this apply method and we can pass 200, and here you can pass 500, and once it is add, what I will do is I will display directly. So let me write inside the s out. So I will write s out, and inside the s out I will put this data, put this calling of the method. So it will call and it will print our output also. That is called a what? Method reference with predefined function. So I hope you understood like what is the use of the predefined function, which is by function, or maybe the function, maybe the consumer. So every function interface having a different work, different situations, you can use it. Okay, different purpose you can use it. Okay, so even you can use the predefined, even you can use your own function interface also, that is possible. So I hope you understood about it. Okay, let's go and understand about the third one. Okay, so if I go to the third ones, if you see here, this is the reference to a instance method of the particular object. It means that we have a one string called str hello. This is the literal string literals, and we are using the predicate here. So predicate string predicate str double colons equals. So what is the str? Str is a literal object reference, and we have given double colon equals. And what we can do, predicate dot test method we can call, and we can pass the hello word, and it will compare it. Okay, str which is hello word and this hello word, if it is equal it will return boolean which is true and false. Okay, if do you want to do the practice, you can go and practice it. So this is called, is nothing but what we can call, this is the reference to a instance method of the particular object. I hope guys you understood. I don't want to do the practical for that, you can try your own. If you see here, this is the list of the integer numbers. So basically reference to a constructor. The method reference refer to the constructor, for example class name and double colon new. Through that you can create a object of the particular constructor. So for example we have a one list of the integers, and if you want to create a object for the, you have to convert like each and every value into the like integer to the a string. So we can use a string double colon value of, so it will create a one object or instance you can say. So this is the use of the constructors. Okay, but we can do the practicals and we can understood. Let's take the example of the constructor method reference. Okay, so that is also very important. If you see guys, okay, so this is also very important. Let me open it. Okay, so this is the reference to a particular constructor, that is also important. Okay, so let me write a code so that you can understood in the better way. Okay, so let me create one more class. Okay, and I will give the name called constructor reference test. So constructor reference test, this is the class name. Okay, so while doing a reference for our own function interface, so we have to create our own function interface. So let me create one function interface which is name called my function interface. Okay, my function interface. So this is the interface we have created, and meanwhile I have to create the object for the one utility class. So for that I will create one utility class also. So the class name is nothing but a student. I will create student, a student. Inside the students I will take one name which is nothing but private string name. So let me take private string name. This variable I have taken, and also I need to create one constructor for that. So I will write a student. Okay, and while writing a constructors I can do one thing is like public student string name I have to take. So this one I will take like that, a string s. Okay, and this dot name equal to s. So this is the constructor we have created. Let's make it public. Okay, and then after we have a getter setter method. So let me generate the getter setter method. So you can right click on that, go to the source, and then after you can generate the getter setter here. Okay, simply you can click on the name and you can generate it getter setter. Okay, so it's generated the getter setter method also for us. Okay, so this is the utility class basically, which is a student, and inside the student we have created one private string name, and we have given one constructor which is a student, and through that only we are going to create a constructor of reference, okay, for the reference for the constructors. Okay, and we have created one function interface also. So while creating an object for this student class, we have to make this function, which is return type is nothing but a student, and get a student, So this is the one methods I have given, and let me give the something called like that. Okay, so now this is capable to provide a reference of this particular constructor, and through that we can create a object. But one more thing, mark this function interface as a function interface. Okay, that is good. Okay, now that is fine. Okay, and we are going to provide a implementations for that. So how we can do basically? Okay, so inside this test class we can write one main method, and inside the main method, first we can take the help of this our own method reference. Okay, and I will write here my function interface. Okay, this my function interface mfi equal to what I have to write. So this my function interface mf equal to, I have to write a student. Okay, a student, and then after, so if you write with the lambda expressions, you have to, how you can pass it, you have to write like that. You have to pass the name msg or name anything, and then after you have to write like that. Okay, and then after you have to write new student. Okay, and in this student you have to pass nothing but name. So this is the one way with the lambda expressions we can do, but I don't want to do with the lambda expressions. So what we can do, we have taken the help of the my function interface, and this function interface will also return the same thing, a student object. So here what I will do is, I will write a student, which is class name, and I will give function interface and new and semicolon. What will happen? It will create a object for that basically. Okay, now what I will do is mfi dot, I will call those methods. Which one methods? So get a student. Okay, function interface methods, and here I will pass Java is a sum. Okay, once I pass it, Java is a sum, so this object will be created. Okay, but I want method also. So what I will do is, this will return one object. So I don't want object, I want those object data also. So this is the object, then after dot get name I will call, and I will print it. Okay, if you see the output, you can understood, okay, how we are creating an object for the function interface. So with the function interface, we can give the reference of the what are the method, what are the constructor, maybe the static method, maybe the non-static methods, we can give the reference. Okay, so here we have given a method reference, or we can give something else. So this is nothing but method reference we have given for a student class for creating an object with the help of the constructor. So this is the predefined function interface we have used. Okay, and if you see here, it will take one data and it will return also one data. So in that case, you can take the help of the function, and you can implement the same code with without creating your own function interface. We have, so I will remove it. I don't want to create my function interface. Okay, and I will take the help of the inbuilt function interface, which is predefined. So I will take the help of the function. Okay, function is one of the predefined interface. What is the parameter? So parameter is nothing but a string. What is the return type? So return type is nothing but we have to give a student, okay, a student, and here we have to write function equal to what, a student, and a student class name you can give double colons, and what is the method names we have to give here, okay, which is the method reference name, okay, basically we have to give it, okay. So in that case, while going with the function, we can pass here like whatever the new, so through the new only we can create an object, and once object is created we can write font down, okay, and function having an apply method, and in the apply we can pass very nice, okay. So this will create an object and it will call the method also, and now this object we can store, so let me store it. So once I store, you can see it's given the student object only, and once it is given the student object, we can print the student name with the help of s dot get name, and let me run it. So once I run, you can understand, okay, this is the very nice. So this is the basically functional interface we have done, okay, and it's very important basically, okay, while going with the method, while going with the static method, while going with the constructor, you don't want to write a lots of the code, and method difference is just a replacement of the whatever the lambda expressions we have. So these things we can do with the lambda expression also, but we have to write lots of the code, but it's very easy to maintain with the help of the inbuilt or predefined functions. So in Java 1.8 it's given lots of the function, okay, so we can utilize those function and you can use it. If you see here, predicate, consumer, function, supplier, apart from these by functions, and apart from lots of the functions are the available in the Java 1.8. just we have to understand like what is the predicate method, and what is the return type, what is the parameter, what is the return type, what is the parameter, what is the return type, what is the parameter, and through that, based on our situation, we can use the predefined functional interface, and we can provide the method reference also, we can provide the lambda expressions also, and we can do it, okay. So I hope guys you understood, okay, whatever the we have understand as of now regarding the functional interface and method reference, lambda expression, and it's very important, okay. So try to do the practice so that only you can achieve each and everything, okay. Thank you so much. Welcome to Javaism, and in this video we are going to talk about Stream API, and Stream API is really, it's a very important, and with the help of the Stream API we can do any big methods or big logic. We can reduce lines of the codes and we can write in one line of the code. That is possible with the help of the Stream API. And in the Stream API we can take the help of the function interface, lambda expressions or method reference, which we have already discussed it, okay. So before going to understand a Stream API, I will recommend you please go and check out lambda expression, method reference or functional interface. Once you understood those part, then only you can come back and try to learn a Stream API so that you can understood in the better way, okay. Let's start with the Stream API. So a Stream API is a Java 8 features. The Stream API is a powerful features introduced in the Java 8 that provides a functional approach to processing a collections of data. So basically we are using the Stream API when we have a collections of the data, maybe the array, maybe the list, linked list, or maybe the map also, okay. So whenever you have a collections of the data, in that only you can use the Stream API. That is one thing you have to understand. Second thing is, Stream allow developer to perform complex operation what a stream allow developer to perform what complex operations on the data in a concise and efficient way. Concise means less code, efficient means very fast, without the need, let me open my ledger, okay, without the need for the loop or external iterations. Okay, so in that case we don't want loop also, we don't want any iterations also, and we can do with the help of the method itself. Okay, a stream is a sequence of the element that can be possible in the parallel or sequential also. Okay, so a stream having a multiple sequence of the processing like parallel or sequence, you can do whatever you want. Okay, it can be created from a collections, it can be created from the array, even from a file also. So while doing a stream, we can use with the help of the array, collections or file. Once a stream is created, developer can perform a wide range of the operations on the data, including the filtering, mapping, sorting, grouping and reducing also data. Okay, so for example, you have lots of the data. For example, we have a 1 millions of the data, okay, and you want to concise it, you want to filter it, you want to find out some operations, you have to do it. Okay, for example, let's take one example called, we have a one array which is taking a millions of the data, and in that data, the data is nothing but age, and in that age we have to filter out the age which is less than 16 years. We have to process it, we have to filter it. So what we can do, if you go with the loop, you have to iterate your loop up to 1 to 1000 times, but we can take the help of the loop, okay, without loop. So it's very easily we can write one line of the code and we can find out it, and it will very efficient also. We can use the parallel processing. Okay, that is the powerful concept. Okay, you understood it? So only the purpose of the stream API is what? Do the operations or data, including filtering, mapping, sorting, grouping or reducing the data. Those operations you can easily perform with the stream API. If you see one example here, we have a one array list. So maybe array list having a, as of now, 5 data only. Maybe this data will be 1 million, 1 trillion. What will happen? It's a very long amount of the data, and you have to find out in this data the number which is what? I think even number. So if you want to filter the even numbers, map to the int. So for example, we have this numbers when we have to find out the first we have to do the filter. So what we have done here, we have a numbers. So in the numbers we have created one stream with the help of the stream methods, and then we have applied the filters. So the filter we can find out only the even number, the condition which is we have see here, which is finding the even number modulo division 2 equal to 0. It means we have to find out the even numbers, and on those even numbers what we are doing, map to int. So we are exactly mapping it to the int, and then after we are doing to the sum. So what will happen, all those data whatever the present inside the numbers, collections or array, you can say, okay, array list, those data, what will happen, it will store the sum and it will return it, this sum. It's a one line of the code and you can do it. If you do with the loop, it will take at least 3 or 4 line of the code, then only you can do it. So this is the power of a stream API. Okay, so basically this is the stream, and we can create a stream of the array or maybe the collections, and you can utilize it. Okay, let's go and try to do this example. First we can do the filter, and then we can map to int, and then after we can do sum. Okay, let's do it so that you can understood what is the map, a stream API. Okay, so I'm going to create one class and I will change the package also. Okay, and I will write a stream test, and I will change the package name called stream test. Let me finish it. So we have created one package here, okay, and inside this I'm going to write one main methods, okay, and inside the main methods I will take the help of the list. So this is nothing but one list, okay, and inside the list we have to store the integer value, and those integer value I will can say numbers or numbers, whatever, numbers, numbers equal to array dot as list. So array we have a utility class, so we can take the help of those, and this array class having a one as list method, and inside this you can pass 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so this is the our data, and I want to find out the whatever the even numbers are available inside this those sum. So what I'm doing is I'm writing here numbers dot, first we can convert it into the stream. So if you see here we have a two type of the stream. One stream which is work in the sequential order. If you see here, return the sequential stream with the collection of its source, and second stream it will work as a parallel order. So parallel order means whatever the data you have, it will work together, multiple threads, and it will do very fast, and it will extract all those data and it will do the operation. That is the power of parallel stream. But we have a very less data, so we can go with a stream. It will also given the better performance in that case. Okay, a stream. Then what we have to do, we have to filter it, because in my array list having a like whatever the data, like odd numbers also, even number also, but I don't want odd numbers, I want even numbers. So I will do filter. So after a stream we can do the filter, because a stream having a filter method, and we can use the lambda expressions, lambda expressions, and we can take, if you see here, let me show one more times, dot filter. So if you see the filter will take one predicate, and predicate is what? Functional interface. So we can easily implement this predicate function method, which is nothing but, if you go down you can see, okay, so it will having a predicate, and predicate having a one method. I will show you what is the predicate having a methods. Okay, so let me write here what we can write. So we have to do the filter, so e hyphen, and we can apply the lambda expressions for the functional interface, and I will write, okay, whatever the e we have, or whatever the numbers, here you can give anything, okay, anything which is the reference variable we can say, and one of the reference we can say, okay, and this n is modulo division 2 is equal to 0, then we have to store this data. So what we have to do, we have to do map to int, okay, map to int. Whatever the data we have, we can convert first into the int, and then only we can do the sum. So what we can do here, also we can write like that, okay, and then after we can do the sum of this value, okay, and those data finally we can store in one of the local variables, and those variables we can print it. Okay, so just guess what is the output. So output will be what? 2n plus 4, which is nothing but what? 6. So let me print the sum. So we can print out what is the output. So let me run this code so that you can understood. Okay, so if you see here, what is the output? Output is nothing but 6. Okay, so we have understood. But if I remove this one, map to int, I thought I don't required it. So what will happen? Sum. So this is not available directly. The method sum is undefined for the type stream of integer. So because of that, we have written map to int, first convert it, and then we can do the sum. Okay, right. Same thing if you want to find out the odd. So you can say here not equal to, okay, not equal to 0, and again if you run it, you can see the output. Okay, it will give the sum of the odd number, which is 9. So if you add 5 plus 3 8, 8 plus 1 is nothing but 9, which is sum of the odd numbers. Okay, now I have thought, okay, we will explain. So as of now you understand, this is the array list, or this is maybe the array, or this is maybe the file. On that we can apply the stream or parallel stream. Then after this stream having a lots of method, maybe the map, filter, reduce, okay, so much sort. So we have applied the filter, but every methods having a one function interface, consuming a function interface. So if I print predicate, okay, so predicate is a one of the function interface. Let me open it, and if you go inside this function interface, which is predicate, what is available here? Okay, test. So internally this will call this method and test. It will not it will return one boolean value, okay, and it will take one parameters. So because of that only we have this filter method. So in filter we have pass one parameters, and it will return us what? Boolean value. And once it is returned boolean value, based on that what we are doing? We are accepting only and only even numbers or odd numbers, and those numbers we are converting to the int, and after int we are doing the sum of those numbers. That's it. So this is the power of the stream. Okay guys, so each and every function, maybe the filter, maybe the map, whatever, each and every method inside this we are using the functional interface, which is predicate, consumer, maybe the function, or maybe the supplier. So many methods, by function, so many what we can say, so many predefined functions are available. So internally we are using those functions. So we have to understand like how we are using and what is the use of those functions, and believe me, it's a very important. Okay, so I hope you understood the example and what is the basically concern. Okay, so this is the one things we understood. Okay, same thing, if you not go with the stream API, let me comment it. If you not go with the stream API, what you have to do while finding a sum of the even numbers or odd numbers? You have to write a code, like you have to create first one sum, and you have to assign with the 0. Then after you have to write one for loop, and maybe the for each loop. Okay, and you have to take one by one integers, which is I, and then after you have to read those data from the numbers. And what you have to do, you have to write one conditions. If whatever the I value we have, modulo division with the 2 equal to 0, then what we can do? We can do the sum plus, yeah, sum equal to sum plus what? I, right? So this is the logic we have to write, and finally we have to print it. Okay, so it's your choice and it's your demand. Okay, based on that you can find out. If you write not equal to here, this one also work, no issue in that. Let me run it. Okay, so if you see, it's a 9. So better to write this line of the code, or you have to write this line of the code. It's purely your choice. So right now in the industry or market, you can say everyone is expecting to write a code less line of the code. Okay, and also the processing or efficiency speed of our program will be fast. So because of that we are using the stream API, and stream API is very important. We can write one line of the code and we can achieve your target. Okay, otherwise you have to write the native way, and we have to write properly for loop, we have to write a sum, and we have to write a condition, each and everything. Okay, so many things. So this is the logic for the traditionals also, and this is the logic for the stream API. So basically it's your choice, it's your like interest, and based on that you can write your project and you can write your whatever the project you are doing. Okay, that's it guys. Okay, and I hope you understood the stream API, but we can go and learn so many things related to the stream API. Okay, for example, a stream API is a newly added features to the collections which is coming in the Java 8 API. Java 8, a stream represents a sequence of the elements and support different operations like filter, sort, map and collect. Those are the operations you can perform easily with the help of the stream. Okay, in the collection we can combine these operations to the perform pipeline to the query of the data as so in the below diagram. So if you see here, this is the stream, whatever the array list, array and collections we have, so those we can convert into the stream, and after a stream we can apply the filter with the help of the predicate. After that we can sort it based with the help of the comparator. We can map it based with the function, and then after finally we can collect those data and we can store in some other variable. Okay, so this is the sequence we can follow and we can do the coding. This is the one example you can see here. So we have a array list, hello world. This is the basically a string we have. Filter the word start with the letter H. So whatever the words which is started with the H, we have to filter it. So we have written words, which is this one object, and a stream, and we have applied the filter, and based on the word we are starting with H, we are doing it, and then we are finding the each and every element. We can see this example, okay, and we can understand in the depth. Let's take some example of the stream API and try to understand like what basically we can do here. So if you see here, we have a list of the words, and those words we are trying to convert into the stream, and then after we are doing the filter and we are checking like whatever the words are start with the H, okay, which we have to store inside this, and we have to print basically, so we can print it. Okay, so let me do one thing here. Hello world, how are you? Okay, so let me write a code for that so that you can understood in the better way. Okay, so here I'm going to create one more class. So before I need to close all those classes which is created. Okay, once it is closed, let me open the project called Java 8 features. Here I want to go with the stream API. In the stream test I will create one class. Okay, the class name is nothing but I will give the like stream test, stream test 1 or 2 we can give like that. Okay, inside this if you see it, I'm going to write one main methods. Okay, let me maximize it so that you can understood and it will see good. I'm going to create one list which is nothing but array list. Okay, which is nothing but array list. So inside the list I will write some of the string, and here I have given some words. Okay, inside the words I will write arrays. So we know we can store the data with the arrays also, list also. So array dot add list, and inside the list we can pass, okay, hello world, okay, and we can WOR and hello world, and we can pass something called how are you, how are you. So this is basically we have some words in our collections. Let me properly close it, and I don't want this by. Okay, so this is perfectly we have created our array list having a lots of the word. And let me start with this one also, capital H or a small h, nothing is so. Okay, and also I have to check one more things, like I have to print all those whatever the words which is started with the H. So in that case, the H, capital H and a small h both are started with the H. Those words I have to collect, and maybe I can print it basically. So how can I write a code for with the help of the stream API? So words dot stream we have to convert. Once it is converted to the stream, basically what we have to do, we have to do the like whatever the like we have to find out. We can say the filter also, and we can say other way like start with. Okay, so if I see here there is no start with method, so what we can do, I can do the filtering. So in filter it will pass one parameters, okay, and it will return true or false based on that. So we can assume, okay, this is the lambda expressions reference, and whatever the data which is start with, whatever the data means what, word only which is available inside the what words array list, start with I can pass here, which is maybe the h, okay, a small h. So what I have to do, I have to collect those data, okay. So if it is, then I can print it directly also. So I can write for each, and here system dot out, I can write system dot out, and here I can use the method reference which is printed, okay, and I can print the words which is started with the what, capital H or a small h, but here I have given a small h. Let me check what is printing first. Okay, so if you see the output, what is the output of our code? Okay, so if you see this, basically console, what it's printing, how. So how is started with what, a small h, so because of that it's printing, right? Because of that it's printing the how. But maybe the requirement says I want to print both, maybe the capital or maybe the smalls. So what we can do here, so first whatever the value we have, first we have to convert to the what, lowercase. Okay, so we can write e dot, okay, to lowercase, okay, and after the lowercase we can apply which is a small, and then after we can print it. Okay, so this is one of the way, with that we can do the proper way. So let me run this code also. You can see the output, okay, hello, how, both are printed. Why? Because first what I'm doing the lowercase. So if it is lower, and we can check a start with h, those I have printed here. So those are the code here. Let me break this line of the code so that you can understood in the better way. Okay, so this is the one line of the code I have written to find out the word which is started with the capital H or a small h. Okay guys, so this is the one questions. Let me go and take the another question. So another question is like using of the map, the word which is uppercase and print them. So for example, we have a word and we have to map it, and we have to make it uppercase, and those word we can print it. Okay, so how we have used here method reference. So the help of the method reference we have converted this particular whatever we can say our data into the uppercase, and then we have printed it. Okay, let me write this code. Okay, so I'm going to write with the help of the lambda expressions also and method reference also, both. So if I want to convert this particular things with the help of the method reference, okay, so let me write first those. Okay, so for example, I have a words dot stream I have to convert, and so this is use of filter, use of filter, this is use of map, I can write use of map, and after the streams I can write the map, and through the map I can convert whatever the strings we have a data type to uppercase, and then after those data I will easily print it with the help of the for each loop. Okay, for each, and here simply I will write it, okay, system dot out double colon println, PRINTLN. Okay, and this will print all those data into the uppercase. Let me run it so that you can understood. Okay, if you see it, it's printed hello world, how are you? Okay, hello world, how are you? Let me remove this ln here, so it will print into the one line. Okay, if I remove this, it will print into the one line. Those also you can write, and you can see it here. Okay, but it's not looking good, so we have to write ln here so that we can go down and we can print it. Okay, also if you want to differentiate it, okay, we have to differentiate it both the output. We can write simply ln here, okay, and after starting the something we can write here s out, okay, and we can give one line, okay, and it will also convert to the uppercase. Let me run once again and you can see the output. Okay, so first output is hello how, which is started with the h. We have done the filter, and this is basically map, so we have converted the lowercase letter to the uppercase basically. Understood guys? Yes, understood. So this is the use of map, but I told you like, okay, we can convert this particular method reference into the lambda expressions also. Okay, how we can convert it? So let me write it and let me convert it. So first, okay, arrow down and let me comment this line of the code, and then what I will do is here I have to write one method reference, okay, with the help of the lambda expressions and e dot to uppercase I have to write, and automatically it will convert. So instead of writing a function interface, we can write lambda expressions also. So basically it's a alternate lambda expression and function interface, not a function interface, method reference are alternate of each others. Here also you can write no issue. Here also you can write, instead of writing a ln directly, you can give here method reference. How you can give? So here you can give one e, and you can start with like that, and then after you can write a s out, okay, print ln, and in the method which is method ln, you can pass your e, so it will also print perfectly. There is no issue. Okay, if I run this code, you can see, okay, hello how are you. So this, like whatever we have written as a method reference here, we can write as a lambda expression. That is also possible. Okay guys, so that is not a big things. Only you need to understand is method reference, functional interface, lambda expressions. Three things if you understood easily, you can understood a stream API. It's not a very big. Okay, let me go and check out the third use of the method, which is reduce. Reduce the word to a single string. So for example, we have a result and word dot string, and we have to reduce it. So we have used the reduce, and we have passed a comma b, and we are adding a plus b with the help of the lambda expressions, and also we are giving here some of the like double quote, which is a string format only, and finally we are printing the s out. Okay, so let me write this code, which is the reduce, and it will take two parameters, first, second and third. So this is the second, third only you can say, and this is the a plus b. So let me go to the STS and use of reduce. Okay, what we can do? So we have a words. So first words we can convert into the stream, and after a stream we can use the reduce method, and reduce will take two parameters. Okay, reduce will take how much parameters? Two parameters. One parameters, it's a inputting, okay, and second parameters you can pass as a something called whatever the reference value we are passing, so a comma b, and finally we can use the lambda expressions, and we can add a plus b, this data. And once it is done, what we can do? We can collect it. Okay, we can collect it, and if you try to store it, those data, it's stored in one of the string, it's returned, and I will print this reduce. Okay, so let me print it so that you can understood what is the output and how it's working. Basically hello world, whatever the data we have. Okay, so before going to do anything, let me write s out, so that it will print next line. Okay, and then after here what I will do is, here I will give some space. Okay, and try to run it. Try to run it. This is printed each and everything, but while adding a plus b, I am thinking like also add one space here. Okay, also add one space here, so that it will separately, it will print hello world how are you. Okay, so this is the console guys. You can see hello world how are you. So this is the use of the filter. We have filtered the data. This is the use of the math. You can modify the particular data, and this is the use of reduce. and we have reduces the data also. Okay, so whatever the strings we have, like collections of the word in the array list, we have reduced it and we have stored inside the one particular variables. Okay, so I hope you got some awareness about what is the stream API, how it will work. Okay, and also you understood Lambda expression, function interface. Okay, and this is the basically examples of all those things. Okay, and now what we have to do is we have to learn all those methods used in the stream. So in a stream we are using the filter, map, flatMap, distinct, sorted, limit, skip, for each, collect, reduce, all match, any match, non-match, find first, find any, count, max, min. Apart from this, lots of the methods are there. We can understood all the methods related to the collectors. In collector also having a to list, to set, to map, to concurrent map, to collections, countings, summing int, summing long, summing average, averaging in the int, averaging into the long, grouping, mix by, min by, grouping by, lots of the methods. And all those methods are very very powerful method. So we can understood one by one each and every method use. Okay, so that you can become a master in the stream API, guys. Okay, but let me continue with the stream first. So as of now we have understood, okay, what is the use of filter. You have used the filter for the predicate. It will return the stream consisting of the element that match with the given predicate. Okay, so for example I will told you, let me create one more class which is a stream class method. Okay, and this is the class. Inside this class I am going to create one main method. Okay, so if you see here, for example we have a one list. Okay, and those list is containing some integer value. Okay, for example list equal to new or let me write list dot, not like that, list dot of, and we can pass here all those element. For example not 10, like that 10 comma 20 comma 30 comma 50 comma 70 comma 80, like that. So this is some of the words and I want to do the stream. So for example we have a list, so easily we can apply the stream, right? And then after the stream we can use the filter method. Okay, and through the filter we can filter the even, odd, or whatever the methods we want. Okay, for example we have filter which is number which end with 0, start with something, like that we can do it here and we can basically filter it. Okay, for example here you have some value called 21, we have some value called 75, we have some value called 85 or 88. Okay, and I want to find out the number which is even number. So what we can do here, we can write e and whatever the e value it will come, we can divide it with the 2. If it is equal to 0, what we can do, we can collect those data. Okay, and we can collect with the help of the collectors. Okay, collectors, COLLECTR, collectors, which is nothing but which is available inside the java.util package. Collectors dot to list, to, not collection, it's a collectors. So if I write collectors, which is a stream, java.util.streams dot having a method called to list. So it will convert in one list, and those lists we can easily store in one of the another list. Okay, and you can print it also. Okay, so if I print this newly created list which is collect, you can see the output. You can see the output. Okay, so see here, what is the output? Output is 10, 30, 50, 88. Inside this there is not 75 or 21. Why? Because these are the odd numbers and we have filter only what? Even numbers, and we have to store in another collections. So that is the also power of what? A stream. And a stream having a lots of the method, for example filter, and we have understand what is the use of filter right now. Okay guys, okay, understood? Okay, one by one we can discuss each and everything. Okay, all those methods related that we can understood. Okay, but one by one, we can't understood in 1 day or 2 days. We have to take time and we have to introduce it. For example, if you go with the map, so map method internally taking the help of the function. Function will take one parameter and it will return one value. So if you understood the function interface or method reference, then only you can understood this type of the method, how it will work. So it's returned a stream consisting of the result of applying to the given function of each element. Okay, so for example, let me create one classes and we can understood what is the differences between map and flatMap. Okay, and then we can do the operations on that and we can understood. So for example, let me create one class. Okay, let me create one class. For example, class name I will give map and flatMap difference test. Basically, I have created one classes. For example, in this class, I am going to create one of the main method. Inside the main method, I have a one list. Okay, and list will contain something like word. Okay, and let me import first list, and this list will contain words, and this is nothing but words I will write, and here I will write arrays dot edge list, and inside the list I will pass apple, mango, okay, banana, okay, I will pass something called fruit, I can pass something called orange or something different food we can take. So for example, orange is fine. Okay, so this is the list of the foods we have taken. Apples we have taken. Okay, let me format it. Okay, let me break it into the 2 lines. So this is the list we have, and I want to check how many length of this particular, how many length. So what is the purpose of basically map? So map will not do the filter, it's basically do the modify of the code. For example, it's a lower case, it will convert to the uppercase. If it is uppercase, we can convert to the lowercase. We can do the some operations on those particular data. That time we are taking the help of the map. So for example, we have a words dot stream, and stream having a method called map, and map internally taking the help of the what function, and this function we can write like that. Okay, fruits, and this fruits we have to check the length, and whatever the length it will generate. For example, apple length is 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So like that it will give the length of each and every words, and those length what I will do, I will do the collect, and I will collect those length, and through the help of the collectors I will convert it into the what collectors. I want collectors, COLLECTORS, which is available in java.util.stream. Don't forget it. Okay, to list, to set you can convert. Okay, and once I converted it, what I can do, I can store in some other list simply. Okay, I have stored in some other list, and if I print both the list, okay, let me print it. If I print both the list, for example, word first, words, and then after I will print s out collect. So both are nothing but list only, but one list containing the string and another list containing the integer, which is length of this particular string. So like that operations if you want to perform, you can take the help of the map, right guys? Okay, and you can see here all those output also. What is the apple? 5 length. What is the mango? 5 length. Apart from this, 6 length. Got it? So this is the code you can write simply. Okay, okay, now we understood. Then what is the difference between flatMap? Okay, because flatMap is also very popular, and so many times the interviewer will ask you what is the use of flatMap. Okay, so this is nothing but map, we understood. Okay, let me comment it out, and then after we can talk about the flat map. So if I talk about the flat map, for example, we have a one list, okay, and inside this list having a one more list, and this list is containing some integer value, for example some integer value. Okay, and what I have to do is, so this is nothing but numbers. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I will create one new array list. Okay, so our array list is created, and I will store some of the data inside this number list. So number list dot add, and I have to add here list. So I will take the help of the arrays, and arrays which is utils, and dot add list, and inside the list I will add some value called 1, 2, 3. Okay, and I will give 3 or 4s. Here I will store something called 20, here something called 90, here I will store something called 235, here I will store something called 78, here I will store 0, here I will store 1, here I will store 11, here I will store 20 and 30. So this is the value which I have stored inside it. We can add more element also, for example 4, 7, 8 also. And if I try to print this, let me print this data which is number list. So if I print this data which is number list, how it will look like? Let me print it. So if you print this data number list, how it will look like that. Okay, how it's looking? So this is the first collections or list, you can see array list, and inside having a multiple list which is array list. Okay, but I don't want output like that. I don't want output like that. I want to convert or list. So for example, this is the output I will consider. I want to convert all the list into the one. I don't want to provide a multiple list. So I want to convert it like that. What I have to do? Those data I have to convert into the one single array list. Is it possible? Yes, possible. What we have to do? We have to iterate the loop, and we have to store all those data in the one of the array list. Okay, but if you go and do with the help of the flat map, it's a very easily you can do it, right? If you do with the flat map, it's a very easily you can do it. But if you do with the traditional way or something like whatever the loop we are using, so it's almostly you have to write 5 or 6 lines of the code, then only you can achieve it. So in that case, what we can do is we can take the help of the flat map. So whenever we want to take the help of the flat map, so flat map we are using list of data, and map we are using list of data. So if you have a list of data, then we can go with the flat map in the depth, you can see. So for example, we have a number list dot stream, and then after we can use here map. It is possible, but we don't want to use the map because we have to find out the internal data also. So we can go with the flat map. Okay, and flat map also will take what? Function, and through that function what we can do is we can convert into the stream. Okay, so whatever the data we have, like list of the data we got, those data we can convert into the stream. So we can write like that, list dot stream, and after converting to the streams, we can write those data, we can collect it with the collectors. So collectors dot to list, we can use it, and finally we can store those data in one of the collect, and those collect you can print it easily. So let me break first. Okay, let me break first so that you can understood in the better way, and let me print it also. So if you see the collecting nothing but one single integers, which is list of the value we have, and if I run it, you can see the output here, which is whatever the flat map, like whatever the data we have, list of list data, we have converted into the single list very easily. Okay, so that is the power of what? Flat map. Okay, so whenever you see list of list data, then you can do the operations with the help of the flat map, and we can convert into the stream, and those streams we can do the operations. But if you see you have only streams of the data, then we can go with the what? Our simple way, which is the map, and we can take the help of the map and we can do the operations on the particular data. Okay, so this is basically difference of the map or flat map. Okay, thank you so much. We can take those some more methods on the next video. Welcome to Java.json. We are talking about the stream method. So as of now we have covered like how to use the filter, map, reduce. We have also discussed about what is the flat map, what is the difference between with the map. Okay, now we can see distinct, sort, limit, skip, for each, collect, reduce, all those methods we can see with the example. Okay, so let's start now. So let's first take the help of the like distinct method, and we can try to do some coding, and we try to understood like how we can use distinct methods. Okay, so I'm going to create one class here inside the stream package. Okay, and in this class I will create basically one method called stream method use one. Okay, and in that we are going to use the distinct method which is available in the stream. Okay, so let me write one main method first. Okay, and inside the main methods we have to use the distance. So distance method we can apply, if you see here. So distinct methods we can apply, it's written a stream with the distinct element, remove the duplicate. So basically this method is removing the duplicate element. So for example, you have any of the collections, or maybe the having a integer, float, double, whatever the types of the value we have. Okay, for example, let me write one list, and inside this list I'm going to store some of the string value. Okay, and in a string value maybe I will take one list, and I will write list dot add list. Okay, so I will take the help of the list. So list dot off. So off is having a lots of the overloaded methods, so we can take any of the methods and we can write some of the data. Okay, for example, I have written Java is JSON. Okay, and again I have copied this Java. Okay, and I will paste it here. Okay, so in that list, if you see having two words which is duplicate, Java is duplicate, is duplicate, SM is unique. So we have to find out the only unique element from this particular list. What we have to do, we can take the help of the distance. Even you can store here double, float, boolean, whatever the value you have, you can store and you can find out the distinct value. So whenever interviewer asks you, like you have a one array and you have to find out the unique element, you can take the help of the distinct method. So if you see, this is the list, and this list I will convert into the stream, and after a stream I will call the method called distinct, and distinct will not take any parameters. Okay, and then after those value I will store, so it will return me one stream basically. But I don't want to store in the stream, I have to print it directly. So what we can do, here only we can write one for each. Okay, and inside the for each I can easily use system.out.println. You guys already know. Okay, println, and once it is print, it will print the distinct element only. Okay, let me run this code so that you can understood in the better way. Okay, but only one things guys I will tell you, please do the practice, then only you can achieve it. Okay, so if you see Java JSON, it's printed the unique element. For example, you thought no, I don't want to just print it, I want to store in some of the other array list. Okay, in that case you don't want to print it, so remove this line of the code. Okay, and you remove this line of the code, and you have to store in some of the other lists. So what we can do is, you can write here collect, and collect having a one collector, so you can use the help of the collectors, collectors, which is available in the java.util.stream. Okay, collectors dot to list or to set, you can convert it. Okay, if you want to convert into the list or set, whatever you can convert it, because it's a unique element only, so set will store the unique element. So we have taken the help of the what, set. Okay, let me write a set, and inside the sets all those unique elements will came. So this is for the collecting and converting to the set. This code we have written, and once I will print it, you can see the output. Okay, oh my god, S out. Okay, and here I will print set, so you can see that it will remove the Java JSON which is duplicate element easily. Okay, and you can easily print the unique element only. Okay, so if you see the output, you can see here Java is JSON. Okay, Java is JSON. If you see here, it's printing Java is JSON or JSON Java is, because we have a store in the set, so it will print in the something like sorting order internally, it will maintain something. Okay, so based on that it will print. Okay, and you can convert to the set also, so only you have to write here collector dot to set to list. Okay, we have to convert to the list, so we can write to list, but make sure here we have to write list. Okay, and also here you can change the name. Okay, list unique data. Okay, and these variables you can print it. Okay, so it's will good readable format, you can see, and let me format it. Okay, so this is the use of basically distinct methods. Okay, and Java JSON, you can see this is the unique elements, it's printed basically. Let's go and understand some other methods, which is sorted method. How we can use the sorted method? Sorted method returns a stream with the elements sorted into natural order. So basically if you use the sorted, it will store the data in the sorted order. So for example, I don't want to use the distinct. Okay, so here I will write a code for the, this is the distinct. Okay, TINT. So this is the use of distinct method we have seen. Now in the same array list, we have already array list. So in the same array list, what I am going to do is, I am going to use the sort. Control Shift O. Okay, now I am going to sort this into the natural order. So this is the J, this is the I, this is the A, this is the J is, but it's not looking good because it's not a sorted order. So while doing a sort, we have to take the help of the sorting method inside the stream. So what we can do, we can whatever the list we have, so on the list, with the help of the list, we can create one stream. So list dot stream, we have created the stream, a stream dot sort. Okay, so if you see here, we have a one sorted method and we have a one sorted method. It's a two method but overloaded method. So if you take the help of the sorted method, it will do the work like in the natural, whatever the data you have, like a string, integers, double float, those data it will work. But if you go with this sorted, which is comparator, okay, so with the help of that you can do the customized order sorting also. Okay, we have already discussed in the collection, so based on your requirement you can write anyone. So in that case you can write sorted, and after the sorted you can do like you can collect all those data. Okay, and after collecting, what you can do, you can collect in some of the list, or maybe you can collect and directly you can print it also. So let me take the help of the collectors dot to list. Okay, and once it is converted to the list, we can assign this list to the some of the particular collect. Okay, and here I will simply print it. So once I print the collect, you can see the output. Okay, and otherwise we can see here sorted, because we are doing the sorted only. Okay, and once I run, you can see the output. It will sort our particular array. Okay, how it sorts it? So first is asm, then is, again is, then Java and Java. So it's make it sorted order basically. Okay, so that is the very useful. Also you can take the comparator also, but for that we have to go with the some of the class we have to create, and then you have to pass here parameters. Okay, and you can use the Lambda expressions, and simply you can apply the sorting also. That is also very simple. You can do the practice, you can get the idea about it. Okay guys, yeah, so we have understand, okay, sorting methods also, and we have see the use also for sorting this particular array or array list. Okay, the next method is limit method. So in the limit method, what we can do is, we have to, like, it will return the string truncated to the specified size. So if you give the limit, for example 10 limit or 20 limit, so based on the limit only it will print the data. Let's take the example so that you can understand in a better way. So here if you see, this is the list of the collections we have. Okay, so this is the one of the things. Now I am going to comment this line of the code. Okay, and here I am going to write this list, and inside this list I am going to store some of the data. For example 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Okay, 100. This is the value we have. Okay, this is the list and this is the value we have. We have to convert this for the type shape into the integer, then it will store the data. Okay, in that I want only first 5 digits. Okay, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I don't want remaining that one. Okay, so in that situation, whenever you see, you can take the help of which method? Limit method. So you can use the limit method and you can limit it the particular printing the data. So for example, we have a list, so I can apply list dot stream. So we have to convert first a stream, and after that we can apply the limit methods. And while using a limit method, we can specify the size. Hey, we have to print up to 10 only. Okay, and here only I am trying to print it, so I can use here for each, and here I can use system.out.println. Okay, system.out, and I can take the help of the reference method, method reference, and here I will write println. So simply it will print up to 5 digits only, it will not print all the digit. So if you see here, it's printed up to 5. If I give the limits, for example 2 or 3, for example 2, so what it will print? Up to 2 elements only. Okay, up to 2 elements only. So in that way you can limit, you can use the limit function, okay, and through that you can limit particular array size whatever we have, and we can print the data. I hope guys you understood what is the basically use of limit and how we can use it. Okay, and if you see here limit, so it's not a overloaded method, it's only one method, so we can use simply. Okay, so this is the use of limit methods. Okay, I hope guys you understood. Okay, so this is the limit method. Next, go and understand some next method. So next method is escape method. It's return a string with the first n element of discarded. So escape means like it's not like a limit, so limit will give the first element and escape will give the after that element. So for example, in the same array list we can apply the escape method. So let me write list.stream.escape, and after the escapes I can pass here maybe the find. Okay, and the same things I will copy this code, and I will paste here for the printing it. Okay, and let me run this code. So if you see this, it's printed 17, 16, 18, 19 and 100. Why? Because it's escaping up to 5. So whatever the previous elements having a 5, up to 5, it's escape, and after that whatever the remaining element we have, we can print it easily. So that is also very important role playing while using a escape method. And whenever you see I don't want to print, for example if I give here something called 4 or something called 3, so what will happen? It will escape up to 3, and remaining whatever the element we have, it will printed it. Okay, so 10, 20, 30 it will escape, and after that whatever the element we have, it's printed. So escape up to that you can use the escape method. I hope guys you understood the escape method. Okay, let's go and learn for each method. So for each already we discussed 2 or 3 times here. For each method, internally we are using the lambda expression or method reference here. For printing a data, it's taking the consumer function interface for implementing these methods. Okay, so no need to discuss it. So basically for each method, instead of using a loop, we can use the for loop method. We don't want to use the loop in Java 8. We can take the help of the stream, and with the stream you can take the help of the for each, and through the for each we can perform whatever the operations you want to perform, and we can iterate the particular collections, array and files also. Okay, so this is the power of for each methods. We have already know. What is the collect method? So collect, basically we are using to collecting the data. Okay, collect, basically we are using to collecting the data. For example, if I show you here, if you see what I am doing is, in the previous example we have some distinct element which is finding the distinct, which is unique element. After that, if you want to store this data in some of the list or some of the set, then we are using the collect method. And through the collect method, internally we are passing the collector, and we are converting those particular list into the list or set with the help of the collectors. So while converting any element into the collectors, in the list or set, we can use the collect method. Okay, so I hope you understood the collect method also. What is the use of reduce method? So reduce method also we have discussed. is perform a reductions on the elements of the stream using the provided identity value and the associative accommodations function. For example, what is the use of the reduce method is, for example, we have this list, okay, right? And I want to convert this into the one of the single string. This is the list of the strings we have, and I want to convert this into the single strings. Okay, let me comment those part. And I want to convert into the single strings. What I can do? Okay, let me write here only. I want to convert into the single string. So while converting a single string, this list of the string, we can take the help of the reduce. Whenever you want to reduce some of the data, you can take the help of the reduce method. It's a very helpful. For example, we have a list and we can convert it to the stream, and after streams we can use the reduce. And reduce having a 3 types, which is the overloaded method. Reduce identity by function, reduce a string identity binary operators, and then after the string reduce binary operators as strings you can pass and we can use it. Okay, so let's take the help of this one. Okay, so here what we can do is simply we can give the space. Okay, if you want to give the space, you can give the space also here. Otherwise you can do one thing here, only you can write a lambda expressions. Okay, here only you can write a lambda expression. So how we can write a lambda expressions? It will do the work on the 2 elements. So we can take a comma b, okay, and we can write a lambda expressions for that, and we can add it a plus b simply. And while adding a element a plus b, we can give the space. We can give the space also. So what will happen? It will take a, which is Java, and is a b, and in that it will put the space, and if I store this data, it will return one string, which is optional string. You can see here. Okay, and those string we can easily print it. Okay, so once I write s out, okay, and reduce a string, if I try to print it, let me show you what is the output. Okay, so if you see here, it's printing the output is called Java is awesome. Okay, but inside the optional. So I don't want with that. Okay, so what I can do is, in the reduce I can use the get method. Okay, get method. So it will give me the particular object, it will not give me the option now. Okay, so we can get those data. So what it printed? Java is awesome. If I want to give, instead of the space, I want to give some of the like that. Okay, so I can use it and I can reduce it like that. Okay, if you see the output, it's printing Java is awesome. So like that operations, if you want to perform and if you want to convert a large string of the list into the smaller, you can utilize this function. Okay, after that we have some other also, like we are using this one. So let me write one more times. Okay, so for example, this is the list we have. Okay, and in this list we can pass here also some square bracket, and we can pass nothing here. Okay, and this is the lambda expressions, we can use it. Okay, like that also you can pass. So here we have not passed anything and we are applying with that one. So this is the second reduce method we can use. It's overloaded basically, and if you assign this, so directly it will assign to the string, it will not assign to the optional classes. Okay, and now that also you can directly print it, which is reduced to, okay, reduce to, and you can see the output. Okay, so basically the use of our reduce method is like whatever the data you have, you can reduce it. Okay, for example, you have something like some of the data which is you have to do the additions or something like 10 plus 5 plus something, so you can add those value also here. You can like a plus b, so it will add all those array list value and it will return one integer value. So like that you can use it. Okay, that is the use of the reduce method. Next we can see some other methods also and we can discuss it. So as of now we have completed up to reduce methods. Now we can see the 11 point, which is all match. So all match is also very important methods. And what is the use of this? Like it will also take the one predicate function, and inside the predicates it will take the help of the predicate, and then after it's written whether all elements of the string, okay, match the provided predicate. So for example, if you use the map, so for example we have a list of the array element, or you want to check like those elements are matched with some particular conditions or not. If it is match all the elements, then it will return the true, otherwise it will return the false. Okay, so let's start writing code for that so that you can understood in the better way. Okay, so I'm going to create one class. Okay, let me give the class name called all match. Okay, so a stream method test 1. Okay, I have created this class. Okay, inside this class I am going to write one main methods. Okay, inside the main methods, the basically we are going to talk about the all match. Okay, so if you see the all match, like how it will work. So the method we are going to talk about all match. Okay, let me write here the method name all match. Okay, what basically it will do, for example we have a one list of the element. Okay, for example list of integer you can say, or list of anything. Okay, and those integers, okay, we have a list of the integers, and those are the list, new array list, otherwise you can directly put the data inside the list with the help of of method. Okay, so list dot of method we can use, and here you can pass any amount of the data, okay, which you want to store here. So here I'm going to put all those number which is even numbers only. Okay, so all those numbers are the even numbers. So what I will do is here, if I write list dot stream dot, okay, all match. Okay, all match, and here I will read one by one element, okay, with the help of the lambda expressions, and then I will check those particular element, okay, is divisible, modulo division with the 2 is equal to 0, right? Then I will consider as a, okay, this is the data, okay, which is with the all match, and then after we can collect those also. Okay, so all match basically what it will do is, let me give here semicolon, okay, and let me store this data. Okay, so right now if you see here, it is returning the what, all match, which is boolean value. Okay, let me print it. So if I try to print it, all match, you can store in any one of the variables. Here you can change it also, but I have given the default one, whatever they returns. Okay, and if you print it, what you see, let me show you the code. So you got a output on the console. So let me open the console. You can see the true. Why true? Because all those numbers are the even numbers. if here I give one odd number, so it means that whatever the element having a list, which is list.stream all match, so all are not matching with this particular condition, which is even number. Okay, because I have given the condition called a even number, right? So if all the elements are the even numbers, okay, then only it will return the true all match method, otherwise it will return false. So again, if I run this, okay, again if I run this code, you can see output is false. Okay, if I change anything, why it's not fixed? Okay, now it's fixed. So let me run one more times, it's a false. And if I give here all those boolean even numbers only, so in that case it will return true. So if you see here, 10 is a even number, 20, 30, 40, 52, all are even numbers, so it's satisfying this condition. Okay, a modulo division 2 equal to 0, so it will return true, true, all match. Okay, if any one of the members, if you make it which is not a even numbers, so in that case it will return false. Okay guys, so I hope you understood what is the use of all match. Okay, so whenever you see, I want to check all the data will match with the particular conditions or not, and you want to see like true and false, then in that case you can take the help of the all match. I hope you understood. What is the next method? So next method is any match. So any match is opposite to the all match. Okay, if any one element is matched with the predicate conditions, in that situation they will consider okay, this is fine. Okay, so let me go, okay, and write the any match method for that, and I will take the same object, not a different. Okay, and here I am going to write a stream, so I will write list.stream.anyMatch. Okay, and after that any match, I will use the same thing, predicate. Okay, and one by one element I will take, and I will check the particular element is divided by 2. Okay, and not equal to 0, otherwise let me take equal to 0 only, and semicolon, store this element any match, and in the next line I will print the data for the any match. Okay, and I will give here any match, I will print it. Okay, so what you understood as of now, what is the use of all match? All match means whatever the data we have inside this, if it is match with what, with this particular condition, we are returning a true, otherwise false. If anyone is not match, if false. In the any match, it's the opposite of all match. It means any match in this element, any will be match, it will return true. Let me run it. So in that case, this one is returned false. Why? Because we have taken here 23, right? So 23 is not matching with this condition, which is even number. 23 is not a even numbers, but in that case the 10 is match, 30 is match, 40 is match, 52 is match. So if anyone will be match, it will return true. Got it? I hope you got it. Okay, let me do one thing. This is the 23. Okay, and here I will give the condition any one of the match. Here I will give the opposite conditions. Okay, opposite condition means I am talking about this one only, I will not focus now. here. Okay, so in this list, so list having any match of the even number, not even numbers, which is odd numbers. So in this list, if you see, there is one odd number, so because of that it will return true, right? So it's not true. If you make this one is also odd number, so in that case any match which is odd number, so there is no odd numbers inside this list, so what it will return? False. So this one is also return false in that situation. Okay, if you see, so basically meaning is, if any one of element match with condition, then it will return true, otherwise false. Otherwise false. So this is the condition for that one. And for this one, all the element will match, then only it will return what? True, otherwise false. Okay, so all match means all the elements will be matched this particular condition, then only it will make it true, otherwise false. And in that case, any one of the element will match, any one element will be matched with this particular condition, it means it will return true. So I hope guys you understood what is the difference between them. Okay, next we can see non-match. What is the use of non-match? Okay, returns whether no element of the string match the provided predicates. Okay, so in that case it will check if any one elements will not match. Okay, so let me write non-match methods. Okay, so if you check non-match method means in that elements we are finding like, okay, if this element is this condition will not satisfy with this element, then we can say that it's not non-match. Okay, for example, let me take the help of this one only, but I will create a new list. Okay, and in the new list, if you see 20, 30 and 50 I will give here. Okay, and this one I will give the list 2. Okay, and here I will apply in the list 2 dot stream list 2 dot stream dot non-match. It's also taking the argument as a predicate, so we can take the help of the Lambda expressions and we can implement the predicate methods. Okay, and here I am going to write, okay, it's a like non-match means here we have a already even number, so I will check the conditions with the odd numbers. Okay, not equal to 0. Okay, it's a odd number I am checking. Elements of 2 not equal to 0. Okay, so if the remainder is it will not match, what it will print? Let's see, non-match. Okay, so what basically we have done is, here we have a one list which is containing only even numbers, and I am checking the conditions here. If any one of the element not equal to 0 means if any elements are available here which is what, odd numbers or not. So if you check, no one odd numbers is available inside this list, only and only in this list having a what, even numbers, and I'm checking odd numbers and it's saying non-match. So non-match means with this condition no one of the element will match, so it will satisfy the non-match condition. Non-match, so non-match means nobody elements are the matching with that one, so it will return true. Okay, let me run it. So you can see it's written true, but any one of the element if you make it which is odd numbers, so it will satisfy the condition, so because of that it will return the false. Okay, I hope guys you understood what is the use of non-match. Okay, so all match, any match, non-match, find first. So find first is also a very important method. Find any, count, those are also very important methods. We can also discuss about it and how it will work. Okay, thanks. About find first, find any, and count, mixed or min method. What is the use of it and how we can see it? So basically what is the use of find first? So if you learn here, find first is a method which is in the stream. It returns a optional class. So I hope you don't know what is the optional class, but in the Java 1.8 it's introduced the optional class also, so I will explain you later. Okay, but as of now you just assume that in the Java 1.8 one more feature is called optional class. Okay, so whenever you call the find first method, it will return the optional class describing the first element of the stream, or an empty optional if the stream is empty. Okay, so let's see how we can use it, find first method. Okay, so let me go to the my Eclipse. Okay, so here if you see, this is the my Eclipse. Okay, and in this my Eclipse I'm going to write a code for that. Okay, so if you see here we have a list of the data. Okay, and I want to find out the first element of this particular list. First element, I don't want any other element, I just want first element. So if I want to find out the first element, what I can do, I can use the indexing. Okay, I can easily write like that, s out, right, and list dot get. Okay, and I will pass the index number which is 0. Okay, through that also I am able to print the first index value, but while working with the stream, maybe you can't able to see the data options like directly face the value with the list, or maybe you have done some of the operations and then after you have to find out the first element in that particular stream. So in that case you can go with the find first method. Like for example, we have a list, and on the list we can apply the stream, and after stream we can use find first, right? Find first method we can use it, and once you use it, you can use here get also, so you can return the particular element on that. Okay, and you can simply store those elements in one of the variables, and then after you can print it. Okay, so if I write here s out, okay, and I will print the integer. Okay, so those integer value is nothing but those whatever the value we are expecting from the first element, which is 10, that only. But the problem is what will happen if you, for example, whatever the value you have find here, which may be the null, right, and from that null you are calling the get method. So what will happen, you get the exception. So while avoiding the exception, we are not going to call this directly get method. Okay, what we can do is we can first store this data in one of the optional object. Okay, so if you see here clearly, it's a optional object, optional integer find first. Okay, and from that optional object it will return, maybe even the exception will come, or maybe the data will not available, it will return empty optional. So optional having a lots of the methods. Okay, so through that optional we can check like elements are available or not. So we can write find first, okay, dot is present, having a method inside this. So if it is present, then you can print, okay, then you can print those data. So how we can print it? So here you have to write find first dot get. So through that you can print the element. If you are not getting the element, what you can do, you can write the else conditions, and here you can print elements are not available, no elements, no elements, right? So if I run this code, you can see here, okay, it's a 10, but in some of the case we are filtering some of the data, and now data is not available. Okay, it's a empty only, and in that case if you call it, it's saying like no elements. Okay, but if you call directly this get method, it will throw the exception. If you want to see, I will show you, no issue. Okay, so what I'm going to do is find first. Okay, in that case it will not give. Okay, but if you directly read it, it will give the exception definitely. Okay, but let it be. Okay, I hope you understood, guys, what is the use of optional and why we are using here optional. So optional we are using in the Java 1.8 for avoiding the exception, runtime exception basically. So whatever the runtime exception will occur, we are trying to avoid it with the help of the optional class, and we are checking, okay, if it is element is present, then only we can go and display those element, otherwise display no. Okay, if you put here one element also, it will display first position element, which is 10 only. If you put here something called 300 or something, it will behave like the same only. So I hope, guys, you understood what is the use of find first method. In the same way, we can discuss about the, let me comment this code. Okay, first copy and then I will do the comment. Okay, so in the same way we can use the find any method. So if you go to the slide, you can see here the next method is find any. What is the use of the find any? It returns a optional describing any element from the stream, or an empty optional if the stream is empty. Okay, so basically find first and find any is behaving like a same, but only minor difference we have. Okay, what is the minor difference? So let me put this code here. Okay, this is the code. So for example, we have a sum of the data which is 10, 20, 30, 40. Okay, 40, 50, 60. Okay, this is the value we have, and now I have to apply here we can apply on the stream directly, which is find any. Okay, and why I am applying the find any is because we are doing the filters. Okay, find any. So if I do the same things, if I run the same things, you can see it's behaving the same way. It's finding the 10 only, which is first element, right? But maybe in some of the case what we are doing is we are doing some of the filter. Okay, and inside the filter we are checking, okay, if the particular number is, whatever the numbers we have, which is greater than 50 or 60. So I will write here e greater than 60. Okay, in that case what will happen? So actually I have applied here filter. If I bend it to the next line, so if you see this code, So what I have done is I have applied the filter on the list of the streams, and I am filtering the element which is greater than 60. So this element will check with that one, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 is greater than 60. So no one of the elements are greater than 60. Then what will happen? In find any, it will return no, not like that any of the elements are available. So in that case we can check it and we can store those data also, okay, in the boolean forms or something like whatever the numbers we have, those also. Okay, so if you see here, no elements are the availables. Okay, let me remove this and let me apply here control 1. So it's written find any, and on the find any only I will put here, right? So this is the find any. Okay, I hope you understood. And here we have applied the filter on the particular streams, right? So this is the value we have 16, more than 16. So if I run this code, we have seen like, okay, no elements are available. But if I give the conditions like, okay, we have some element which is greater than 40. So greater than 40 having a one element which is 50. So in that case it will display 50. If I give something called 13, what will happen? What is the first element? Okay, so if I print it, it will display the 14. So just after that, whatever the elements we have which is greater, it will print it. So whenever you see like, okay, I have to filter some of the elements with the find any, it's available or not, I have to check it, then we can go with the find any method. It's also very important method. Okay, let's see the next method. So next method is count. It's return the numbers of the element in the stream. That is also very simple use case for this element. Okay, so if I show you what is the use of the count methods basically. So for example, I have written here s out, and inside the s out I will write list dot stream dot count. So right now if you see how many elements are there inside this list, 1 2 3 4 5. So this will display the 5 elements are available inside this list. So this is the output of count. Okay, so whenever you want to check, okay, I want to check that number or that numbers is how many numbers are available inside the list. Okay, maybe the 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, whatever. So it will easily calculate how many numbers are available in that particular list. So we can use the count. Also, for example, you have to do the filter, and after the filters you have to find out how many now elements are there inside the list. For example, I am going to write here filter 1, and inside the filters I have written something called E, and only I have to find out the even numbers or odd numbers. So I will check like, okay, modulo division 2 equal to 0. Okay, and now I will say what is the count of this even numbers. Okay, so if I print it, it's saying like, okay, 5. But here if I give something called 15, so 15 is not a even numbers. In that case what will happen? So in that case it will print, okay, only 4 elements are available which is even numbers. If you give this one is 21, you can give 31. Okay, if you give 51. Okay, so in that case only 1 elements are available which is even numbers. So it will print the count of the even numbers, right? Okay, so in that case you can use the count method. That is also very important. Okay guys, okay, you can see the max method, which is taking the help of the comparator, and we can find the maximum value from the array or list, whatever. So it's return the maximum element of the stream according to the provided comparator, and you can use the min also. It's the same thing, but only you have to do the like find the minimum or maximum value. Okay, let's see the example how we can use it. Okay, So for example, you have a one list or maybe the array, whatever, in that you have to apply the max or min method, and in that for example in that data only we have to find out what is the maximum element and what is the minimum element. Okay, we have to find out. Okay, so if you see here inside the list we have seen like 12 is a minimum element. Okay, it's the minimum and maximum is 51. Okay, so let me quickly write a code for that with the help of the stream, and we can try to find out okay how we can do it. But if you go with the collections, so in the collections I will tell you first how we can do with the collection. So if you go with the collections, so collections having a some of the method. Okay, like we have a some utility class for the collections. Okay, and inside the collections having a method called max or min. Okay, so you can use those methods and you can find out. Okay, you can just pass here list, so it will take one list, and based on this list you can store the data here and it will return the max element. Okay, if you want to find out the min element, you can write collections, those same thing. Okay, collections dot min. So we have the min also, and here you can just pass the list, so automatically it will find out what is the minimum element and what is the maximum element, and then after you can simply print it here. Okay, so here what you can do is you can write max and then after we can print max like a max. Okay, and then after we have to print the minimum, so I will write min and I will print the min element also. Okay, so this is the one of the it's also come inside the Java 1.8 only, but it's available in the collections utility class. Okay, so we can do through that also. So let me print it so that you can see what is the output. Okay, so this is the one way to find out what is the maximum 51 and what is the minimum element which is 12. So we can do like that also. So this is the one way, but we don't want to do with this collection utility class. Okay, basically we are going to write a code with the help of a stream. So in a stream also we can do the help of the Lambda expressions, we can do with the method reference. Okay, lots of the things we have. So let's go with the Lambda expression. Okay, Lambda expressions. Okay, and here what we can do is we can write whatever the list we have. So first those lists we have to convert into the stream, and then after the stream we have to write a max, and max will take what? Comparator, and comparator is what? It's a functional interface. Okay, so we can take the help of the comparator, and comparator will take two parameters. So I'm going to pass here a comma b. Okay, and we can write a Lambda expressions here. Okay, we have already discussed in the details how we can provide a implementations for the function interface methods. Okay, so in that way we can write here, and here you can write a dot compare to what? B. A compare with b, and whatever the value we got, those value we have to store inside the our data. Okay, so we can write here get, and those element we can store. So give the name called max1, right? And same code, we don't want to change anything. We don't want to change anything. Let me maximize it. Okay, and don't change anything, just write like that. And this line of the code we can print it. Okay, and here we have to write the min one, and the code will be same, but we have to change the method min. Okay, and here we can print the max1. Okay, and min 1. That's it. Okay, so this we can do with the lambda expressions. So what we have done, we have converted the list into the stream, and on the stream we have applied the max method. And max method, if you see, it will take the comparator, and comparator is a function interface, and function interface having our method to compare to. In compare to, it will take two parameters. Okay, so we are passing the two parameters a comma b and lambda expressions here. Okay, let me format it, and then after we are comparing a dot compared to b, and we are fetching those data and we are storing inside this max one. I hope guys you understood. If you not write get, it will return one optional class, and then we can do it. Okay, let me print so that you can see and you can understood what is the output. So if you see what is the output is, max and minimum is 12. Okay, if I run once again, you can see the output. You can see the output. Okay, so this is with the help of the lambda expressions we have done. Okay, same code, only minor difference we have to do, and we can write for the functional interface. Okay, functional method reference, you can say. Okay, method reference. Okay, and let me format it. Okay, and here what we have to do is, let me go maximize it. Here max 2, min 2, method will be same, but we don't want to use the lambda expressions. So here what we can do is, we can use the, instead of this one, we can use here method reference. So what is the method reference? So here we have to pass integer, because we are doing the operations on the integer data. Okay, so we can write here integer, and this is the integer class, and we can give the method reference, and then after we can pass compare method. Okay, we can pass the compare method, and through that our problem will resolve it. Okay, and same thing here also, we can just copy this. Okay, and we can remove this lambda expressions code, and we can write a method difference here. So what will happen, we can see, okay, how to convert lambda expression into the method reference. Okay, how to convert lambda expressions into the method reference. Okay, so this is the method reference code, and let me print the same thing, method 2 and 2 here also. Okay, so those data we have display here. Let me run it. So I can write here 2, this one also 2, this one 1, this one should be 1. Okay, let me run this code so that you can see the output. Okay guys, so if you see the output, like, okay, max one is 51, 52, 51, 52. So like that we can find the max element and min element inside the particular array or whatever. Okay, array or collections. Okay, so this is the code, you can see guys. Okay, it's a very simple. So one thing is, you can do with the help of the collections utility class, and if it is not, you can take the help of the lambda expression. If it is also not, you can take the help of the method reference, and you can do it in the very simple way. If you don't want to write and you don't want to confuse with the help of the lambda expression, in lambda expression so many people are get confused, but in method reference it's a very easy. But only things you have to remember is, like, what is the data and what are the method we are going to call here. Okay, those things we have to be clear, and if you are aware about the functional interface, you can easily know it and we can do it. Okay, I hope guys you understood, and we have completed as of now all those methods which is available in the stream. Okay, in the next tutorials we can see what are the methods are available in the collectors, and we can discuss about it. Okay, thank you so much guys. Welcome to Java JSON, and in this video we are going to talk about collectors methods. Okay, so whatever the methods I have written here, you can see those are the collector methods. And let's see some of the methods, like how we can use it and how we can utilize it also. Because while doing a coding of the Java 1.8 features, okay, that time it's a very important. So collector class is very important, and also streams classes also. Okay, so let's go and do the practice of some of the methods, which is like where we can use toList, where we can use toSet, where we can use toMap. Like that, there is so many questions we can arise, and we can write a code for that, and we can see like what is the way to write a code for it. Okay, so let's go to my Eclipse. Okay, and then we can see. So let me go to my Eclipse here. I'm going to open my Eclipse, and inside the Eclipse you can see I have given the class name called collectors method test. Okay, and I have already created the main method also. Let me write, okay, and let me create one of the list, and then I will show you what is the use of toList and toSet. So for example, I have a one list, okay, and let me import it. Okay, control and space you have to give, and inside the list I'm going to store some of the integer value. Okay, so let me import it. My system is little bit slow, but let me write. So this is integer. Okay, and here I have given the name called list, and let me store the data with the arrays. Okay, so we have a one arrays classes which is available in java.util. Okay, we can take the help of those classes, and inside this classes having a method called addList, and whatever the value we have we can pass here. So for example, we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see that much of the value only, and then we can see. So we have to give here comma, not dot. Okay, comma. Let me format it, and let me give the semicolon that is required. Okay, so once it is format, what we have to do is we have to check, okay, like whatever the list we have, so how we can use the toList methods. Okay, so for example, I want to find out inside this list the value which is the even numbers, right? So what I will do is here I will write list dot stream dot maybe the filter, and through the filter I will try to use the Lambda expressions, and through the Lambda expression I will check if any of the element which is modulo division with the 2 equal to 0, it means that number is a even numbers. So I will collect, so we have a collect method in the stream, we can say, and we can collect those method with the help of collector method. Okay, collectors methods. So we have a collector, collectors, collectors. So you can see here java.util.collectors, which is available in the stream. So we can use this collectors classes. Okay, and inside these collectors we have a toList method, right? And those toList method you can use, and you can store those data inside the one list. Let me maximize it. Okay, so if you see here we have given one semicolon. So this is the code to find out the what even numbers, but what at the end of time we have converted the particular whatever the data we have into the one list. Okay, so collector.list we have written, so because of that it will convert the data inside the list, and once we enter the control and 1, if you press, it will give the suggestion to store this data in one of the list type of the variables, and it will create it also. Okay, and here you can give the even numbers. Okay, those are the even numbers, and after that, okay, in the next line you can print those data easily. So you can write s out, okay, even numbers, whatever the even numbers we have. So even numbers we can print it here. Let me run this code. Okay, so once I run this code, you can see the output, okay, here. What is the output? 2 and 4. So 2 and 4 are the even numbers. Okay, you can see the output, right? In the same way, if you give some more value like 6, 7, 8, 9 or something 10, okay, so in that also they will find the whatever the even numbers we have, and it will convert in one list and it will return for us. Okay, so you can see this value 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10, those are the even numbers value, and we can easily write in a code for that. Okay, so this is the use of toList. Okay guys, in the same way, this is the use of toList method. And let's take the example of toSet. toSet is also very important. Okay, the same code I'm going to copy, okay, and I'm going to paste into the next line. Okay, same code, and only difference is I will give the list 2 here. Okay, otherwise I can give the set here. List is fine, list 2, and inside the list I'm going to give some of the duplicate values. So for example, we have some value, it's say up to 10, but after that also I'm going to give some of the value called 2, 3, 5. So those are the duplicate value. Okay, and I have to write a code to find out the duplicate value, otherwise remove the duplicate value from the list. So if you see this list, inside the list having some of the duplicate value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have to find out the only unique value, we have to remove the duplicate. So what we can do? So in the simple way, what we can do is in the same way, okay, in the same way we can remove this, okay, and we can remove the filter also. Okay, and this is the collect. Let me remove it, and instead of giving the toList, we can write the toSet. Okay, and if you try to store this data, it will give one set of the integers. So what we are doing basically here is we have a list of the streams, we are calling the collect method, and while collecting we are storing the data inside the set. But what is the behavior of set? So set will not store the duplicate data. So while storing a data only, it will filter it and it will not store the duplicate data. So at the end of the time, you can see this is not unique number. Let me copy unique numbers and paste here. One more thing, this is the list 2, so you have to make it here list 2. Okay, and then after you can run this code and you can see the output. What is the output? And if you see the output, it's saying like 1, 2, 3. Let me maximize it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not given the duplicate value, which is 2, 3, 4, 5. Why? Because we have stored those data, we have printed those data, and while storing those data we have converted to the set. So because of that, it's removed it. Okay guys, so as of now you understood what is the use of toSet method and how we can use it. So same way we can use the set, and in the same way we can use the list also, because in the toList and toSet there is no difference. Okay, only things is it's based on your conditions. If you want to store in the set, you can store in the set. If you want to store in the list, you can store in this list. we have a toMap method. What is the method? toMap. So this is the list and this is the set, this is the map. So for map also it's a very easy, it's not a very difficult. Okay, so what we can do is, for example, we have to give this data into the index point of view. So for example, we have those data. Okay, let me copy this line of the code only. Okay, and after that here I will give the map. So this is the list we have, which is list number 3 I will give. Okay, and we have some of the data which is more data, so I will remove those. Okay, and also what I'm going to do is, here I have to store the into some map, into the map. So list of 2, so I will convert it list 3 dot stream and collectors dot toMap. Okay, collectors dot toMap map. So this is the predicate. It will take 2 function, one is key and one is value, and both will take as a function only. So what we can do is, here we can write one of the value which is like that, whatever the list 3 we have. Okay, so from the list 3, okay, we can store the 0 index positions here. Okay, and here we can store the 1 positions. Okay, e dot. Okay, and here also we have to write e dot, I think. So list dot stream dot collect, and we have to collect those map with the help of this value. Otherwise, if you are not able to write like that, what you can do is, you can provide the value here directly also. Okay, so whatever the value we have, which is key and value pairs, you can pass here and you can write a code for that. Okay, but let me write a code in the broadly labels. Okay, for that what we can do is, we can create one class. Okay, so let me create one class, and I will give the class name called maybe the student. Okay, and inside the student I'm going to take 2 variable. One is private int is, and one is private string name. So this is the 2 value we have. Okay, right? And in that value only, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to generate the getter, setters, okay, and constructor also. So those value I will generate first. Let me save it these classes. And source, you can go to the source, right click and go to the source, generate the getter setter methods. Easily you can generate, you don't want to write in lots of the code. So it generated the getter setters. Now what we have to do is, we can generate the toString methods. So go to the source, generate toString methods. Nice. You can generate the constructor also, parameterize or non-parameterize, whatever you want. So you can go and generate the constructor using the field. Okay, and in the same way we can generate the default constructor also. Okay, you can just copy and paste those code and remove those data, remove this parameter also. So it will create the default constructor also. Okay, so this is the code we have created for the student, and what we are going to do here is, for the map we are going to create a multiple object. Okay, so for example, we have a multiple student of the list. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create one list, inside the list I will store the student data. Okay, and inside the student I will write student equal to new array list, right? And then after students dot add here I will add some of the student. Okay, so how we can add? We have to create the object of the students, and then after you can add it here. We can pass age, so age is maybe 21 or name is called Ajit. Okay, like that data we have. Let's copy this line of the code and give 2-3 times and change the value, which is 22 or 25. Change the name also. Okay, and write like that. Okay, so this is the list of the data we have added also. Now we have to apply the toMap function to make it. This is the key and this is the value. So name age is nothing but key and value is nothing but value. We have to convert it. So what we can do here, so we can write the same code only whatever the list we have. So we can write here student, and those student list we have to convert into the stream. After streams we can write a collect methods, and after collect we can write a collectors. Okay, and collectors is very important classes, and this collectors having a toMap method. We can use the toMap method, and here you can write whatever the students we have. So student and method reference, and here you can write get age. Okay, and in the same way we can write here a student. Okay, a student, and then after you can write method reference and get name. This is the two things you have to write. That's it. Once you write, you can see the error is removed, but once you click Ctrl 1, it will store in one of the map, and this map is nothing but this is storing the integer or string value, which is nothing but your age and name, which is integer and string value. Now what you can do, you can easily print this data. Okay, s out collect, and if you see the output you can understood. Okay, this is the use of map. So if you see the output, let me show the output to you. So 21 is Ajit, 22 is Ajay, 25 is Sonu. This is the data. You can see it's stored and converted into the map. Okay, I will show you the code also. So this is the collect. So let me write like that. So student.stream, first convert it to the stream, then after collect, and then after you can convert to the map. But while converting to the map, you have to pass here what? Method reference. Here you can pass the Lambda expressions also, but I have passed the method reference. Okay, this is the method reference, and with the help of the method reference I have assigned those data into the one collect map, and then after I have printed, this is the data. So this is the three way we can use the toMap, toSet, toList. So basically map we are using where we have a requirement to store the data into the key and value pair. For example, in this case we have a list of the student, but we have to store those data into the key and value pair. That time we have to take the help of this toMap function, and we can easily convert the key value pair with the help of age and name of the student. Okay, now let us see the example of two concurrent hash map, or how to use two concurrent map and how to use two collections. Okay, so these are also important. Okay, so we can just see it like how it will work. Okay, let's go to the our Eclipse, and we can discuss about it. Okay, what is the use of it and what we can do with that one. So as of now we have discussed those things. Let's talk about the map. Okay, two concurrent map. So here if you talk about two concurrent map, okay, two concurrent map. Okay, so what we have to do is basically we have a sum of the for example we have a some list, which list having a sum of the data. Okay, so data may be the something called string, okay, or something. Okay, so for example we have a some string of the data, and I will give here a string, and I will give the list nothing but 4. Okay, and inside this I will give some called Java is one string, is another string, and sum is another string. So this is some of the strings. Okay, we have, okay, and this is the nothing but list, which is list 4. And what I have to do is I have to make it first key is a index, okay, which is key, and another part of the elements we have to convert to the uppercase, and we have to store it into the key value pair. Okay, so in that case we can use the collectors or two concurrent map. Okay, so what we can do here, for example we have a list, so I'm going to take the help of the list 4, and list 4 I will convert into the stream, and after the streams I can convert it to the, I will take the help of the collect, and in collect we can take the help of the collectors. Okay, and collectors, which is from the java.util.stream package. And after collectors, okay, we have a method called two concurrent, okay, map, and this function we can take the help. And inside this function what I'm going to do is I have to make first, which is in the map key is nothing but the first element, index of the element. So what I have to do, for example element is e, so use the lambda expression, and through the lambda expressions we can take the first element. Okay, so e dot caret, so we can find out the first character, which is index of 0, okay, into the string. And then after into the value, inside the value what we can put it, we can store the value as a uppercase. So whatever the value we have, so for example we have a sum of the string, okay, so string string, and we can take the help of the method reference and to uppercase. We have a method called to uppercase or lowercase, you can use it, and through that this is the key and this is the value. Whenever you want to use it, with the help of anything you have to convert into the concurrent hash map, you can write like that, and you can easily convert those particular data, those particular streams of the data into the one of the map, which is concurrent map. And those concurrent map, what you can do, you can print it easily. Okay, so how you can print it easily, so let me go to the next line of the code, and here I will write s out, okay, and collect 2, I have to write it, and once I print it you can see the output. Okay, so let me print, so you can see the output here. A is sum, I is, and J is Java, but it's not stored as a uppercase, right? So I think what I have taken to lowercase, but I don't want to into the lowercase, I have to take it to the uppercase. Okay, so I have to write here uppercase. So once I write the uppercase, our requirement will done. Okay, so if you see here, all the data is making to the capital letter, and first letter of the element is a key. Okay, so this is the data. Let me split it so that you can understand it the better way. So this is the stream. After stream we have applied the collect, and after collect we have applied the two concurrent hash map. Okay, and let me break here, and then you can see this is the uppercase and lowercase we have converted, and we have find out it. Okay, so this is the code you have to write. In the same way, if I talk about, in the same way I have to talk about, maybe we have some list of the data. Let's take the same data. Okay, let's take the same data, and we have to check two collection method is also available inside the collectors classes only, so we can check how we can use this method. Okay, in the same way what we can do is, we have a one list. Let me give the name of 5, and this list I have to convert into the collections. So what I can do is, for example, I have a list 5 dot stream, so I will convert into the stream. After stream I will use the collect, and after collect I will use the collectors, which is utility class dot two collections. You can see this is the methods are available, and inside the collections it will take the predicate as a supplier. So what I will do is, here I will convert this data into the maybe it's a list, so we can convert into the set also here. Okay, so how we can convert into the set? So for that we can write here maybe the linked list, yeah, linked sets. Okay, linked hash set. Okay, and we can create the object for that, and we can store it simply, and here you can give the semicolon. So those collections will return one of the hash set. If you write here any other collection, for example some other collections, maybe the array list, or maybe the linked list, maybe the tree set or something, in that type of the collection they will convert it with the help of two collections method, and after that you can print those data. Okay, let me print this data, which is s out collect 3. Okay, and let me print once so you can see the output. So what is the output? So output is Java is some. Okay guys, so I hope you understood what is the use of those method. Okay, and next method we can discuss it. Now let's talk about the counting method. Counting is really very important method, and summing int also very important methods. Average int very important method. Min by, max by, grouping by, those are the very important methods. Okay, so without those method you can't do a one line of the code in the Java Stream API. Okay, so basically if you see here, what is the use of counting method? It's return the count of the numbers of the input numbers. Okay, if you go with the summing int, you can see it returns a collectors that calculate the sum of the input element as int. Okay, in the same way you can do the work on the integer, long, double, so we have a method for that. Apart from this we don't have. Okay, so this is, let's take the example of the counting method, and we can try to write a code for that. Okay, so if you see the counting methods, okay, so what is the use of basically counting methods? Okay, so let me create one class so that you can understand in a better way. Okay, so I'm going to create a class called collectors method, collector method dot test2. Okay, and this is the class. Okay, and in this class I'm going to create quickly one main method. Okay, and after that I will create one list. Okay, and inside the list, for example, we have some integer value. Okay, and let me write a list. Okay, so list dot list of, and we can give some of the value. For example, 1, 2, So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. Okay, those are the value we have, and we have to write a sum of the function. We have to use the function called counting, and we have to know about how many value are present inside the list. We can see like list.size also, but we have to do with the stream API. So let me convert first list to the stream, and if you convert to the streams, what will happen? This will return one stream object. Okay, if you see here. Okay, so I don't want any stream object, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stream after I will try to collect. Okay, and inside the collect we can use the collectors. Okay, without collect you can't use this directly, so we have to make sure we have to first use the collect, and then after collectors dot to counting. And you can use this counting method which is not taking any parameters, and it will return how many values are available inside this particular list. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So output will be 5. Let me print it. Okay, let me cancel first, and let me control space and print the collect. So collect is nothing but sum of, not a sum of, how many elements are available inside this, those it will print it. If you see the output here, it's a 5. Let me run one more times. So it's a 5. If you give some of the value called something like that, so it will print 6. Okay guys, so I hope you understood how we can use the counting methods, and we can count how many numbers are available. In the same way, if I talk about, for example, we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 value, and again I have repeated 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3, and I want to find the frequency of each element. For example, 1 frequency I want, 2 frequency I want. It means how many ones are present in this list, how many twos are present in the list. We can do those things also with the help of the counting methods only. Okay, so in that case also you can count it. Okay, how we can write a code for that. Okay, so if you want to write a code for that, so for example, let me comment first, otherwise that should be a fine. Okay, go to the next line, and you can start with the list.stream. After that you can collect it, and inside the collector you can use the collectors, and inside the collectors having a one method called group by. So we can group the element. Okay, and while using a group by, you can grouping the element, one element. Okay, for example, we have a one element, so this is the one element we are grouping, and we are also counting this value, like how many elements are available. So you can use collectors dot counting here also. Okay, and it will return one map, and inside the map you can see how many key and how many values are available. So this is the integer, and this is the long, you can see. Okay, and let me print this code also. So let me write s out, and we can print collect to. So in the collect to, you can see the output. Okay, 1 is available 3 times, 2 is available 3 times. Okay, and 3 is available 2 times, 4 is available 1 times, 5 is available 1 times. You can see the output. So even maybe this is the whatever we can say, like it's a string, or maybe it's something called other data also, you can use it. For example, it should not maybe it's a string or something else. You can apply on that also. In the same way we can do it. Okay, so in the so many times we can say like what is the frequency of the character string. In the same way we have a list, and inside the list we have to find out the frequency. We can do it. Okay, this is the way. So I hope you understood, guys, what is the use of counting method. Okay, counting method in the streams. Now we are going to see some of the other methods. So let me check the slides. Next method is summing int, and as well we have discussed the average average int methods, or we can discuss the grouping method also. So group by we have already discussed, okay, in that before only. Returns a collectors that grouping the input element according to the classification function. So group by is also completed. And let's see the example of the summing int. So what is the use of summing int basically? So for example, we have a one list, okay, and let's write a summing int method or summing long methods. Okay, so based on the different type of the variables it will work. Let me remove those data which is duplicate, and I will give the list 1 or 2, maybe the 2. Okay, and I want to calculate the sum of all those elements. Okay, so what we can do with the stream API? So first we have a list which is 2. Okay, then after I will convert this list to the stream, and then after I will apply the collect method, and after applying collect method I can take the help of the collectors. Okay, and collector is available in the java.util.stream, and collector having a sum int method, sum long method. So if you want to add the long value, you can use the sum long, summing long, summing float, like that. Okay, so if you want to add integer value, you can write like that. And then after, inside the value having a integer, so you can write an integer class, you can take the method reference, and int value you have a method, so you can use it. Okay, and with that method you can find out what is the sum of this particular data, but it will return int summary statistics. Okay, so what it will take, summarizing int, it will take one function interface which is int. If you see here, its parameter is what? Int summary statistics is the parameters collections, and it is the mutable. It will take the by consumers, like that. Okay, so that is the method, guys. I hope you understood. Let me print this collect 3 so you can see what is the sum of this value. Okay, collect 3. Okay, if you see this value, so it will basically print, okay, what is the value it's printing? Count is 5, sum is 15, and minimum is 1, average is 3.9, and max is that one. So if you use this method, so it will find all the statistics related to that particular number. So it's saying like, okay, count number is 5, sum is 15, minimum is 1, average is 3 point something, and maximum is 5. So only with the help of this method only, summarizing int, you can find out each and everything. I hope you understood. Okay, with the help of this method only, summarizing double, you can find out each and everything. But if you want to print only one specific value, you can use get sum. Okay, so you can use the get sum, so it will print the sum only, it will not print all those data. Okay, so if you see the console now, the sum is what? 15, it's display. Okay, so I hope you understood how we can use the summarizing int, summarizing double. So here you just have to change the double if you have an element of the doubles. Okay, okay, in the same way, go to the next method. So I hope you can cover the long and double. Okay, it's the same way of the summarizing int, and average int also you can do with that one also. Okay, but let's use the averaging int also. Okay, what is the average of those data? Okay, so averaging int is also very simple only, it's not difficult. So what we can do is, here for example we have a averaging something like that, and we have a list and we want to find out the averaging. Okay, and maybe the list is nothing but, let's take the 3 list. So I will write here list 3 dot stream dot collect, and collect is very very important. After collect only you can apply the collectors. Okay, so collect is very important for the collectors, and we are going to use the averaging. Okay, so averaging double, averaging int, averaging, it will take two long function, two double function, two int function, like that. So we have a int value, so we can write like that. Okay, and after that you can write a semicolon, but it will not take, it will take one of the parameters. So what we can give, we can write like that. Okay, we can pass the value, and then after those value we have to do the sum, and we can store those data into the collect 3. It will return the double, and those double value we can print easily, which is collect 4. Okay, so if you print this value, you can see here, okay, the average value is 3.0 of 1 2 3 4 5. Okay guys, so I hope you understood how to use averaging also. Okay, but only things is you have to use collectors dot averaging, and you have to pass to functional interface. Okay, and functional interface you know very well. Okay, in the same way we can discuss the min by, max by. Okay, and we have already covered the grouping by. Okay, so next, whatever the methods we have, we can discuss. Let's understand what is the use of min by or mix by. So min by or mix by is very important method also. If you see here, it's saying like min by is used to, it returned a collectors that find the minimum element according to the provided comparator. So basically inside the min by we can pass the comparator, and you already know what is the use of comparator for sorting the data. Okay, so whenever you want to sort the data, you can take the help of the min by. Okay, let's write a code for that so that you can understand in the better way. Min by. Okay, this is the methods we are going to use, and mix by, both are the same only difference is min by will find out the minimum value, and mix by will be find the maximum value. For example, you have a list of the employee, and in this employee you have to find out the employee who have a highest salary. Then you can take the help of the min by methods. Okay, how? For example, let's take the example like we have a one array list. Let's take this one array list. Okay, and inside this array list, if I talk about having a sum of the value, let me change the name, which is 5, and then after I'm going to use the stream. So list 5 dot stream. Okay, after converting the streams, I will try to convert it. What convert means? Collect it. Okay, and we can use here collectors. Okay, and collectors having a methods which is min by or mix by. So let me write min by. Okay, we can use the mix by also. So if you pass the min by will ask you the comparator. Okay, but you don't have. So what we can do here, so we have some integer value here, so we can say integer. Okay, and you can use the compare. Okay, compare to methods. Okay, every wrapper class is having a compare to method, so we can use it, and through that we can assign those value in particular what data. So what you have seen here, so list of the stream, and we have collected the minimum value from this list with the help of the stream API. Okay, and with the help of the min by method. Okay, and what we got here, optional classes. What is the optional classes? But if you don't want the optional classes, what you can do, you can write here dot get method. So after getting the data, you can write the get method. So optional having a get method, and now if you control 1, if you do, it will store the value inside the one of the integer, and if you print those data, let me write s out. Okay, and let me write max or min value. So min, and what is the minimum value, I don't know, so let me print the integer. Okay, and if you run this code, you can see the output minimum value is what? 1. If you give here something minimum value is -10, yeah, -19, it will print. No issue in that. Let me format it. Okay, it will print -9 only. It's a minimum value. Okay, so it's working fine. So in that case you can use it. In the same way, if you want to go with the max by, right, it's the opposite of that one. So if you want to find out a mix by, let write a code for that. So mix by, and this is the list is nothing but, let me take the same list. Okay, I don't want another list, but here I have to change the value. But before going to change the value, let me remove this one and let me write max by, and same thing, no any other things will be changed. Let me store this data. So it is stored in the integer 2. So here I will write integer 2 and I will change it to max. That's it. So what is the maximum value? Which is 5. So it will print maximum value is what? 5. Okay, so even if it is a array, or even it's a any of the list, you can easily convert it, array to the list to the array, and you can do the operations. Okay, so I hope you understood what is the use of min by or max by. Okay, next we can see the slide, and you can see like what is the min by and max by. We have discussed it. Group by we have already discussed. What is the partition by? Partitioning by. So partitioning by is also very important. Okay, what is the part? For example, you have some list of the data. Let's check this one only. Okay, and partitioning, let me take the example of this one. Partition methods. So if you see this list, inside this list having a sum of the data, let me change the name, it's called 6. Let me remove the 9 1, and this is the value we have, and let me give some more value. Okay, so this is the value we have up to 10. Okay, now I want to find out the numbers which is greater than something. Otherwise I want to break this list into the 2 part from up to 5. Okay, up to 5 I have to break into the 2 part. If it is yes, I will put inside this. If it is false, I will put inside this. Okay, so how we can do? I have to make it to the 2 part. So what we can do is, for example, we have a list 6. We can convert it into the stream first, and then after those streams we can write a collect, and collect having a collector methods, right? And through the help of the collectors we can use the method called partition. Okay, and partition will take the predicate. So predicate is nothing but filter only. Okay, right? So partitioning by is nothing but it's a filter only, so you can pass your filter. Okay, what is the filter? So filter is nothing but true or false. Okay, so here I will pass the each and every element. I have to check if it is greater than whatever the elements we have. If it is greater than 5, if it is greater than 5, I have to store in some other place. If it is less than 5, I have to store some other place. Okay, and let me call the get. Okay, and then I will store this data. Don't write it get also, just store like that and assign this element. So what will happen? It is on the map. What map will do? So map will do the true and false. For example, boolean true and false. So if it is true, it will store in one list. If it is false, it will store in another list. Okay, let me display the output so that you can understood in the better way. Let me break first. Okay, let me break first, and then after I will print the output. So what is the output? Collect 5. You can give any name, don't worry. And this is the map. Okay, and if you run this code, you can see what is the output. So it means what is the output is false 1 2 3 4 5 it is stored, and true 6 7 8 9 10. In the same way, for example, you have a list of not a number, list of the employee, or maybe the list of the student, and you have to filter how many employee and why, how many employees are there, and in that employee how many girls and how many females and how many male employees are there in my company. For that you have to write a code. Okay, so what you can do, you have a list of the employee. In that employee, what you can do, you can create you can convert those list of the employee into the one stream, and then after you can apply to the collect. After collectors you can partitioning it. After partitioning by, you can use here, you can filter with the male and female. Okay, so if it is male you can store in one place, if it is otherwise you can use the grouping by also. So in grouping by you can use the group by here, and while using a group by you can differentiate it, what is the male and how many are the females. Okay, simply. So in that situation you can use it, but I have show you normally, okay, how exactly it will work and what is the process of it and how it will display the output. Okay, I hope guys you understood. Okay, so we have understood what is the partition also. Let me go with the some other methods. The other method is nothing but we have a joining methods, we have a mapping methods, reducing methods. So I hope you already know those methods. Okay, but let us take the example. Okay, so joining method will take the help of the collectors that concatenate with the input into the single string separated by the empty delimiters, and this is something called returns a collectors that concatenate with the input stream. So it's a very good example I will give you. For example, you have a list of the alphabet, okay, maybe the characters. So this is the list of the characters we have. Okay, the character is nothing but we have is something called like that. So maybe the character is something called A or J. Java is so JA. Okay, and we can make it one more characters which is JAB. Okay, and A. So this is the one of the characters, list of the characters we have defined here, and I want to convert this list of the characters into the joining method. With the help of the joining methods I have to convert it. Joining methods. So I have a list of the characters, and those characters I have to convert, okay, into one of the like what we called okay, we have a list of the characters, and those characters I have to convert in one of the string, not characters. So what we can do here, so for example we have a characters list, so carry one list dot stream, and once you convert to the streams, what we can do, we can use the collect methods. Okay, while using the collectors you can use the joining methods also for collecting those data. But before going to do all those things, you have to understood how we can put all those data in one place. Okay, so we can take the help of the collectors. Okay, so this is the collectors dot what we called joining. Okay, my system language is changed, let me change it to English. So first you have to convert this map to the whatever the streams we have, you have to convert to the value which is object type. So whatever the maps we have, so we can write it like that. So whatever the strings and the string reference variables, value of, okay, and then after you can use the collect, and after collect you can use the collectors, and inside the collectors you can pass joining. Okay, and it will store all those data in one place, and it will return one string. Okay, and these strings you can easily print it out. Okay, what is the methods? Collector 6. Okay, let me run this code so that you can understand in a better way. So this you can see, that is the Java. So I hope guys you understood what are the methods we have, and we have discussed all those methods, and it's a very important method. You can find out what is the use of the mapping and reducing. Reducing I have already discussed, you can find out the mapping. Okay. Talk about the very important features of the Java 1.8, which is base60 for encode and decode. Okay, so in Java 1.8 also it's came one of the very important features, which is base60 for encode and decode. Okay, so if you see here, base64 is one of the class. It's a binary text to the encoding schemes that represent binary data into the ASCII. Okay, a string format to the translating into the radix 64 representation. Okay, so in Java, the java.util.base64 class provides supports of encoding decode data. So what do you mean by the encoding and decoding? It means that whatever the data you have, if you want to encrypt it, you want to decrypt it, so in that situation you can take the help of the base64. हालांकि हम लोग base64 use नहीं करते. Okay, but really it's very important. Okay, so in base64 what we can do is, for example, we have a one password, and those password you have to send with someone. Okay, so if you send directly, maybe the some problem will occur, maybe the leakage of the security leakage we can say. But if you encrypt those password, and then you have to send those password to him, and you have to tell him, hey, first you have to decrypt this password, and then you can use it. Okay, so that is better way to give the password with the encrypted way. Okay, so for that Java whatever the base64 classes is introduced, and it's very important. Okay, so let's talk about it. Okay, so encoding, decoding you can do with that, and this is the base64 name. Okay, and if you see the example here how we can do it, so for example we have some of the text data which is hello world, and you have to convert it into the encrypting format. So we can do this line of the code. First you have to create base64 encoder, and then after you can call two method to encode to the string. Guys, I hope you understood. Okay, here is the example of decoding a base64, encoding a strings. So you can simply do that. Okay, I hope you understood. Next, if you see, this is the example of how you can do encode and decode. So for example, Java is your password, and if you want to encode it or decode it, you can do it. So let's see with the example we can do with the help of our ID. So let me go to our ID, and this is the ID. Let me write one string, which is nothing but string password. Okay, and password I will give something called pk12345. This is the password, and this password I want to send to someone, but not directly. I have to encrypt it. So what I can do, first I have to create the encoder. So how can I create encoder? With the help of the base64 class, which is available in java.util. So first I will call this particular classes, and this class having a one static method which is get encoder. So I will call get encoder. Okay, through that I can receive one encoder object. Okay, let me store it. So this is the encoder object, and this encoder having a power to convert our data simply. Okay, okay, fine. So this is having a power to convert it. So for example, I have a encoder, and this is the password I have to encode it. So what I can do, encoder dot encode. Okay, and here I have to pass my password, but while passing my password I have to convert into the byte code. Okay, so get bytes. Okay, so whatever the string data I have, first I have converted this string data into the bytes, and then I can pass to the encode method. Encode method will encode this particular given byte array, you can say, and this will return this data. So this is nothing but byte encode. If you want to see, you can see the example here also. So for example, we have encoded the base64, we get encoders, and encoder dot encode to the string s dot get bytes. You can call here, but the method is different. You can use it. Okay, so for example, you are doing work with the encode to a string, so you can here use encode to a string simply, and now this will return one string which is encoded. Let me store this data. So here if you see it's encoded data, let me format it and let me maximize it also. Okay, so if you see here encoded to the string, so this is the encoded string, otherwise you can say encoded password. encode password. If you want to print it, you can print easily, very simple. Okay, s out encode password, you can print it. But I'm not able to see the console. Let me open the console here. Fix it. Okay, so this is the data which is encoded. Okay, and this data I want to decode. Okay, right. So what we can do is, this is the encoded word. So let me do one thing. What we can do? So this is the encoded. So let me write here encode password, encode password, and now I'm going to write a code for decode the password. Decode password. Okay, so this is the encoded password. You know, this is the encoded password which is we have printed here. Okay, right. Let me take this password, okay, which is encoded, and here I will create one more string, and I will write encode pwd password, and this is the password which is available in the string format. This is nothing but this one only, a string password. Okay, now I want to decode this particular password, and I have to check what is the actual original strings we have. So what we can do, first we have to create decoder. So we can create the decoder with the help of the base64 classes. So this is the base64.get decoder, and once you call the decoder, it will return you one decoders, and with the help of those decoders, okay, with the help of those decoders, you can easily convert it. Okay, so for example, decoder dot decode, and which is nothing but a string. Okay, so this is the decode password, and those you can directly pass inside the string, that is also fine. Otherwise you have to store this data, so you can store first, so it will return one byte code, and those byte code you can pass inside the string. So you have to create one string which is a decoded password, we can say. So decode encoded password. Here we have to write an encoded password. So then after we got decoded password. Okay, decode password. Okay, and new string, and we can pass our byte code which is decode. Okay, simply it will return one decoded password, and if you print those password, you can see what is the output. What is the output? Just guess it, guys. What is the output? So if you guess what is the output, so decode password, let me, okay, decode password. So if you see this password, what is the output? Oh my god, pk123, which is the same thing, but I have done the work on the decode, this one. So first I have converted this data into this one, and then after this data I have converted into the this one. I hope you guys understood how to do the encode, how we can do the decode. So all those things we are going to do with the base64. So base64 class is also very important for the encoding, decoding, maybe the password, maybe some confidential data. We can do work with that. And this is the 1.8 Java features, guys. That is the main important things. Okay, not only encode or decode, main thing is it's a 1.8 feature. Okay, let's go to our slide. So if you see here, we have checked the example, it's working fine. You can do your own practice so that you can get more confidence on that. What is the default method? So default method, whatever I am talking about it, this is also a very important method, guys. Okay, why I am saying it's important? If you talk about default method, or if you talk about static methods in interface, it's a very important. Those are also a features of Java 1.8. A static method, default method, static method, default method, which is coming inside the interface, which is Java 1.8. So let's see quickly. For example, default methods are the features introduced in the Java 8 that allow developer to add methods with implementation to an interface. Correct? Without breaking the existing code, the implementation that interface prior to Java 8 interface could only define abstract method that had to be implemented by the implementing classes. Okay, and this is the something example of interface. So let me take example of default method, how we can do the practice on that. So let me create one class quickly. The class name is default interface, default interface, default method interface. Okay, let it be. Okay, and I'm going to write one main methods. Okay, one more things I will do here, I will write a test. Let me convert it. Okay, before going to do anything, so let me create one interface. So interfc interface. I will give the interface name is called my interface. interfc, my interface. I have given the name, and let me create one interface, and inside the interface I am going to define one default methods. So what is the signature of default method? So first you have to start with default, and after that you can write the return type, and then you can write your method name. So what is the method name? I'm going to give the method name called my default method. This is the method name. Okay, and I will provide the implementation inside this. So I will write s out. Okay, and I will write Java is s out. This is my channel name, so don't forget to subscribe it. Okay, so this is the code I have written, which is one interface, and you have, as of now, you know, in interface we can't write any implementations of the methods, but Java 1.8 onwards we can write method inside, which is interface inside what? Default method and static method also. Got it? Okay. If I want to use this method, what I can do? First I have to implement this my interface. So first implement it, my interface. Correct? And easily I can call here now. So how can I call? Simple. With the help of your object only you can call it. So you can call default, you can create object of the default method test t equal to new default method test, and with the help of this one t dot my default methods you can call. Okay, and once you call it you can see the output. What is the output? Let's see guys, what is the output? So Java is awesome. So this is the Java 1.8 features which is coming with the default method. In the same way, if I talk about the static method also, so let me go to the slide and you can see this example. We are able to define it. Correct, but make sure don't use Java 1.8 below. You have to use Java 1.8 above JDK, then only you can get these features. Okay, what is the static method in interface? So a static method is also a part of the Java 1.8 that allow the declaration of the static method in the interface. Prior to Java 8 interface could only declare a abstract method that had to be implemented by the classes. That implementation of the interface with a static method, however, interface can be new, provided a default implementation of the method that are set by all classes with the implementations of the interface. So for example, we have a one interface which is my interface, so we can declare our static method also as well as default method also, and you can easily call it also. Okay, so I hope you guys understood, and you can call directly with the class name. So my interface dot a static method, this is a static method into the interface. Okay, do one thing. This is the default method. I try to call this particular method with the help of the interface name. So what is the interface name? My interface dot what? No, it's not coming. So I can't call directly those default method, but if I create here a static method, for example, a statics void my statics method in interface. This is the long method I have created in my entire life, I think. Okay, let me write here. Oh my god, Java is a sum. Okay, so this is the static method. There is no error. If you see here in this compiler or Eclipse, there is no error we have got as of now. Let me run this code. Java is a sum. Oh my god, why? Because I am not called this method as of now. So what we can call, what we can do, so this is the static method, so we can call with the class name also, but let me call with the interface name first. Okay, so my interface dot my static method interface, we can call it. Okay, so with the help of the interface class methods one, interface name with interface class method we can call, which is static, guys. So I hope you understood what is the use of it and how we can declare default and static method inside the interface. And this is the Java 1.8 features. Okay, let me go forward and let's see the example. So this is the optional classes. What is the optional classes? So optional classes is also a very important Java 1.8 features. What is the benefits while using a optional classes? So it's available in java.util.optional package or classes, you can say. The optional class is a container object that may or may not contains non-null value. The optional class is a features introduced in the Java 8, provides a way to handle the null value. So optional class is providing a way to handle a null value in more concise and functional style. Okay, so it means that it's saying like that, like if you use the traditional coding, whatever that we are using, so through that we are getting so many places null point exception. But if you take the help of the optional classes, maybe it's reduce it, and you don't want to write a lots of the code also, so it will concise it also. Prior to the Java 8, handling null value required numerous if-else statements which need a code difficult to read and understand. So if you use the before Java 8 1.8, we are handling the exception, null point exception with the help of the if-else statement, but now we don't want. We can use the optional classes. The optional classes provides, let me see, a way to handle a null value, right? It's provide a methods like that, is present or else set or else throw. So you can utilize those method and we can easily handle null pointer exception. No need to write if-else condition. Here, if you see, this is the working example of the optional classes. So this is the optional class name, optional example. This is the main method. We have a string hello, a string to have, we have a null. So this is the optional classes we have written, str1, str2 we have written, and we have written like that, is present true, is present false, it will give, because this optional str2 having a what? Null value. Because of that it will return false, and if it is present it will return true. So like that we can use it and we can utilize the feature of the optional classes. What is the collectors? So collectors we have already discussed in the very good way. Okay, we have discussed each and every method of the collectors. So collector is one of the utility classes in Java that provide a set of the static methods of working with the streams. So basically collectors we are using working with the streams only and collecting the result into the various data structures such as list, set, map and more. It's a part of the java.util.stream package and was introduced in the Java 1.8. So it's also part of the Java 1.8 collector classes. Using the collector classes, you can easily transform a stream of the elements into a collections or perform some aggregation operations on the element in the stream. Some of the commonly used method in the collector classes include. So basically whatever the methods we have, okay, in the collector classes, those are really very important. To list, to set, to map, joining, counting, summing in, and everything in. So please guys, I have already created video for that. So please go and watch those video first. Okay. Next. So this is the example. You can see what is the collectors. You can use like that collectors, stream filter collect collector dot to list. What is the for each? For each method is very important. Why? Why? Because you don't want to use the loop. For example, you want to print one of the list. So while printing a list, you have to take the help of the iterator or maybe the loop. But in that case, you don't want. For each method easily it will do for you. So for each method is available in the iterator also or a stream also. So even you are doing work with the collection or you are doing work with the stream, you can get the benefit of the for each methods. The return type of the for each method is void. It will take the parameter as a consumer, which is function, and you can iterate one by one element from that collection. Okay, this is the example of for each. You can see here, and you can see the output also. For example, we have a list of the name, okay, li, scope, and something. What we can do, names dot for each, we can apply on the collections, and you can print one by one each and every element with the help of the lambda expression. Okay guys, so in this example we will create a list of the string names, and call the for each method on it. We pass a lambda expression that takes a string argument and print it. The console, the for each method apply into the lambda expression. Each element is a list of the input. Okay, so I hope you guys understood as of now, but let me take the example so that you can understood in the better way. So let me create one class quickly, and let me give the name called test java 8. Okay, and let me quickly write one main methods. Okay, what is the use of collector? So for example, we have a list of the some data, maybe the integer. Okay, and I will define here list dot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want to find the even numbers only. So what I can do, first I will convert list into the stream, then after I will apply the filter. After filter, what I have to do, I have to do like that. I have to check each and every element which is modulo division with the 2 equal to 0. I have to store those data because I want to filter even numbers. So we can collect with the help of the collector classes. So this is the collectors dot to list. I can call it, and I can simply store those data inside the collect. Okay, so here you can just print it, those collect data, whatever we have collected, which is nothing but even number, it will print. Okay, so like that we can use the collector. You can see here. Let me break this one. Okay guys, let me run this code. So this is the collector examples. In the same way, if I want to use the for each method, what I can do? For example, I have a list of the data. I can use here for each. No issue. In the for each, I have to pass lambda expressions, which is consumer. So one parameters, and here I have to write system.out.println, and one by one element I can print, which is nothing but e. And it's a one line of the code I can write with the for each, and I can print it. I don't want to write a loop for that. Okay, you can see the output here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you want to convert this into the functional interface, you already know how to convert it. Okay, println. You don't want to write this one also. Okay, so this is the method reference. You can take the help of the method reference, and you can make it more simple, and it will print like that. If you remove the ln, it will give it one line also. Okay guys, I hope you understood. Okay, let me go with the next example. So we have discussed the for each also, all those things also. Let me go with the next one, which is parallel array sorting. What is the parallel array sorting? Okay, what is the parallel array sorting? So parallel array sorting means, parallel array sorting are the features introduced in the Java 8 that allow you to sort the array of the elements in the parallel, making use of the multiple core available in the modern CPU. This is the result in the significant performance. So basically, parallel sorting we can use in the array. So we have a array class, and we can use those array classes to sort the particular array. So we have a parallel sort. We can pass the object or any of the integer value or double value, boolean value. It will sort it quickly. Okay, so parallel method is came inside the Java 1.8. For example, this is the data we have, and it's not in the sorted order. So what we can do? Okay, this is not a sorted order. So I want to sort it. What we can do? So we can take the help of the array classes, which is parallel sorting. So we can write array ARRAYS arrays dot parallel sort. And here you can pass multiple types of the data, byte, char, long, double, whatever you have. Okay, and you can take the help of this one, and you can pass here list. Okay, but it will take the help of the array only. So what we can do, for example, we have some array. So let me define one array. So arr, and in this array I have some data. For example, this is the array, and here I have some data called 1 2 3 4 5 and 1 2 3 comma like that. So this is the data I have, and I want to sort it. So what I can do, I can pass here. Okay, and after that, if you print what is the arr, you can see the output. What is the arr? Okay, so you can see the benefits of the parallel sort. It's quickly sort all those elements, but it will not print the proper way. Okay, if you see here, it's not printed in the proper way. So what we can do for that? So first we can write here ln. This is the one things, and while printing an array, we can take the help of the array only. So arrays dot to strings, and then after we can pass our array. So in the good way, it will print it, and you can see the output. It's printed each and everything. 1 2 3 4 5 6, but it's a sorted order. 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 5 7 here. Okay, so it's a this is the parallel sort. Okay, it's also very important, so please go through that and try to understand. This is the example of the parallel sort. You can use, see here, this is the numbers, which is integers array, and you can apply the parallel sort, and you can see the example here. Okay guys, thank you so much. This is the Java 8 features. Welcome to Java JDBC, and in this video we are going to talk about Java 1.8 features. Okay, so in Java 8.8 features, we have already discussed lots of the things like stream API, Lambda expression, method reference, base 64, so many things. Okay, so now this is the one of the types of the Java 1.8 parts, we can say. So this is the type and repeating annotations. Okay, so some of the annotations will come inside the Java 1.8, so we can discuss about it. Okay, so the type annotations and repeating annotations are two features introduced in the Java 8. Okay, it enhances the capability of the annotations in Java. What is the type annotation? So type annotation means you can use before the variables as a type annotations. Okay, for example, if you know about @override, it's a method type of the variables. If you see some of the class level annotations, which is class type annotations, we can say same way we can say type annotations. Okay, which is using the before the variables. Okay, the type annotations allow you to attach annotation to any type used in Java program, including a types used in the declarations, cast, and instance creations. The provided a more fine general way to specify the intended use of annotations in your code can help improve the accuracy and satisfy the program. Let's see what is the type annotations. So if you see here, we have created one annotations. So if you want to create your own annotations, you can create in Java. It's very easy. How we can create? So you can just declare one interface. Okay, for example, we have a one interface, and those interface you can annotate with the @interface. So if you put @interface, and if you give my annotations, these annotations will become, this interface will become one annotations. And in top of the annotations, you have to write some of the annotations, which is @target. What is the type? It means where you can use these annotations. So element type is nothing but type use. Okay, so where we have used here, this is the one class we have created again, and inside the class we have created one variables, which is a string message hello world. So before the variables we can use @my annotation. So @my annotation is what? It's one of the annotations which we have created here in this line of the code. Let me show you. So this is the annotations we have created @my annotations. Okay, only you have to put @annotations interface, and only you have to declare one target and give the type. That's it. Repeating annotation means what? So repeating annotation means repeating annotations allow you to apply the same annotation multiple times to a single element, such as methods or classes. This can be simplify the syntax of your code and make it easier to express complex relationship between the annotations. If you see here, there is so many annotations I have created. My annotations, like that we have created the annotations and we have used here, so you can see. Also in Java 1.8 we have IO input output stream enhancement. Okay, so it's also come up with some of the file.lines method, files.find methods, buffer reader line methods. So see, these are the three important methods we have come up with the Java 1.8. So this is also a part of the Java 8 features only. Files lines method, file finds method, buffer readers, which is line methods. So these are the also important part of the Java 8. You can discuss it. Okay, so this is the files. How we can use file, you can see here. So if you want to read the file with the lots of the streams file, so you can take the help of the lines method and you can read the file. Same way, if you want to find the files, you can use this method. It's very easy and you can just go through that. This is the buffer reader lines method. It's also very important method. Okay, it's also a part of the Java 1.8. Concurrency enhancement for handle the multi-threads. It's a very difficult with the given core Java like thread or something called runnable interface. With that we are not able to handle the correct way of the multi-thread. So in Java 1.8 they will come up with the concurrency enhancement, which is compatible features. Okay, parallel stream, atomics operations. In atomic operations, if you see, you can see the atomic integer, atomic boolean, atomic double, atomic whatever the classes, atomic object you can see. So those classes they will introduce inside the Java 1.8. Okay, so you can see here compatible features. Okay, it will come up with the some of the asynchronous method, supply asynchronous, and you can use it. It's very easy. Okay, parallel stream. So if you want to stream the parallel, so in the stream class only, list.parallel stream, it will come up with the one of the features. Okay, I hope instead of the stream you can write a parallel stream also, but only the difference is parallel stream and a stream is with the help of the parallel streams you can process a large amount of the data parallelly. Okay, and in a stream you can do with the sequencing. Atomics operations you can see, so you can see here atomic integer, and you can store the data, you can provide the range, and you can do the operations with the all those like atomics integer, atomics long, atomic reference classes. Okay, so I hope you understood. This is also part of the Java 1.8 features. JDBC enhancement. So in JDBC you can see JDBC is nothing but Java database connectivity. Okay, it's a API that allow Java programs to interact with the database. It's also one of the enhancement will come inside the Java 1.8. Java 8 introduces several enhancements to the JDBC API to make it easier to work with the database. Some of these enhancements include like a try with the resources, default method interface, enhanced support for the date and time types. Okay, so that is also very important. Okay, I hope you know about it. Default method interface, try with resources, I have already explained you, and enhanced support with the date and times. We can explain if it is required. Otherwise not required, it's not that much of the important. What is the try with resources? So if you see the try with resources, for example, if you want to close some file, or if you want to close some drivers or some of the connections, so you can write those, you can create the object for that inside the try block or try parenthesis only, so that you don't want to close the connection later in the finally block. Okay, so this is the enhancement that is called a try with resources. Okay, what is the default method interface? I already discussed with you, so no need to discuss more than that. Okay, this is the date time enhancement you can see. So here if you see, we can set the date and time very easily. Okay, so many enhancement will happen in the date and time also in the Java 1.8 features. This is the some VBI method in the Java 8 features. You have to remember it, because interviewer will ask you directly, okay, what is the for each method, how it will work, what is the stream method, how it will work, what is the filter method, what is the map, reduce, optional, method reference, lambda expression, default methods, and base 64. I have already discussed about all those things. What you have to do is just remember it. What is the definitions I have given, just remember it exactly. You have to explain in front of the interviewer, and you have to take the benefit of that. Okay, so that is really very important. Okay, so go with that and learn about it and try to do the practice as a learner. But in the interview room, only one thing you have to do is you have to remember it, what is the use and how it will work. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's combine all those features whatever we have discussed as of now in the Java 1.8. For example, interviewer will ask you, can you please tell me what is the Java 8 features? So you can normally tell like, okay, function programming in Java 8, it came with the features called Lambda Expression, Stream API, method reference, function interface. Make it easier to write a functional style code in Java. This allow you to more concise and expressive code that is easier to reason to about a maintenance. Maintain. So that is a functional programming, you can say. First things, Java 1.8 features. Stream processing in a Stream API you can discuss. Optional types to handle the null pointer exceptions. Concurrency with handle with the multi-threading environment, date and time, handle with the date time, default method interface, base 64. So those are the improvement, enhancement, classes, interface. They will come with that one in Java 1.8, and it's a very big enhancement in Java 1.8. Java developer will do, which is Sun Microsystem, and after that it's acquired the Oracle. So I think all those things are doing by the Oracle only, okay, and Sun Microsystem, both the developers are combined and they are daily by daily improving it. And if you see the latest versions, like it's come up with the Java 9, Java 10, Java 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, and now you can see 21 also, 20 also. So it will come one by one, enhancement will happen, and you can see each and everything. Some of the features they will add, they will remove something, they will add something, they will remove something, they will add something. So that will happen in the IT industry. So it will happen, so you don't want to worry about it. You just have to remember what are the features and how it will work. That's it. Okay, thank you so much. We can come up with some next topic, okay, with the full energy. Okay, thank you so much.